Rockin' Salk Show here on Seattle Sports on 710. SeattleSports.com, Seattle Sports app, podcast platforms, YouTube, 97.3 HD2. Was out with a buddy yesterday. Shout out to Nick, who said he mostly listens on YouTube, which I thought was awesome. My buddy Chris said he mostly listens via podcast later on Apple Podcasts. So, you know what? Everybody finds different ways to listen to the show, and we certainly appreciate all of them. Seattle Sports app as well. And if that's your chosen way of doing things, you got the Seattle Sports app downloaded, you can always use it to leave us messages for Here's the Thing. Maura's been putting them together, and we'll have some messages for you at 8 o'clock. How'd they look today, Maura?
I still have some catching up to do, but so far, it's not the strongest batch.
Oh, no.
Lie.
Oh, no. I felt like we could really use a
lot of them
strong
were from when
batch.
people were still pretty depressed on the Mariners road trip. So maybe we can get some positivity in
That
there.
would be good. All right. Well, if you want to leave us a message, make sure you download the Seattle Sports app and you can leave a message. That way, I think it says call in, even though you're not really calling. I'm not sure why it says that, but that's how you do it. All right. I want to address something important here because I see it twice. And obviously, we're going to dig into this Mariner win, 5 in a row. There's a lot of cool stuff going on. But I gotta start here because this is now two different notes I saw about this. And I'm afraid for the people. Rick Woods at rwoods614 tweeted to me last night, "Hey, Salk, I have to admit I followed the Larry Salk rule last night, and boy, was I happy when I woke up. Not only did the M's win, but I actually got a full night's sleep." That actually came in this morning. He followed the Larry Salk rule last night, and Linda texted in and said, "Enough of this. I'm Larry Salking it tonight. I'm out." Guys, the Larry Salk rule did not apply last night.
Only when you're ahead, right?
You have to bring your closer into the game in order for the Larry Salk rule to take effect. You're like calling for the infield fly rule with nobody on base. Like, there are a specific set of circumstances that lead to the Larry Salk rule. It's not just I'm afraid to keep watching my team. I can't handle the pressure. The stress is too great, so I'm just turning it off. The Larry Salk rule is about assuming your closer is going to do his job. So you turn off the game because there's no upside in continuing to watch. Either he does his job, they win, and you go to sleep, which is fine. Like you knew that was going to happen. That's what was supposed to happen. Or you don't aggravate yourself by continuing to watch him blow the game. But you can't do that when you're tied. That's not the Larry Salk rule. You're just being a wuss. That's different. Now, you can debate whether or not my dad's a wuss, and that's fine. That's a separate conversation. He's out there trying to argue still that he can beat Pete Carroll in a race. Like, he's in his own world. But just turning off the game last night because you were annoyed or because it was too late or because you didn't want to watch them potentially lose or whatever, or you were frustrated that it was some of the worst offensive baseball you'd ever seen on both sides. Hey, whatever it was for you, that's not the Larry Salk rule. That's just being a wuss. That's totally different. Totally different. Now, as for the game last night, I said yesterday that the win from, Tuesday night was maybe the most entertaining of the year. Last night might have been the least entertaining of the year. Great win. Great win for the team on an off night for them and for the Bats. They found a way to win it late, and Leo Rivas was a hero, and that was cool. And Emerson Hancock gets his moment, which I thought was really great for him and may pay dividends down the line. We'll see. I thought that was great. Luke Jackson gets to be a hero. Castillo, the new guy, the big lefty pitcher, gets to be a hero. Like, that was all great. All those elements of it were awesome. There was some horrendous offensive baseball played last night. Now, the defense was great. Cardinals defense was very good. That play Contreras made at first base. The Mariners made more great plays. I think they made like 3, 4, 5 great defensive plays in that game. The play Contreras made at first base on the swinging bunt from Polanco in the 9th. Oh, my gosh. I don't know how he did that. That was unbelievable. But obviously you get two incredible plays from Gino at third base. You got a great play from JP at short. Naylor was diving and jumping and everything he did to stretch to get all the balls that were not right at him.
He's got a lot of flair there.
Ooh, he does,
constantly doing like the splits or the Olay or the
big
like
pickup.
And it's very emphatic. Yeah.
Glove comes up over his head.
But yeah, that JP catch, he's snow cone that so close to coming out. It was was awesome.
Yeah, so that was great. That the defense was great. But my God, the execution offensively last night for both sides was primitive. It was problematic. And the Mariners have their problems, bases loaded, nobody out in the extra inning situation, and you can't get in a run. That's brutal. To Julio, the Julio conversation has to continue. That's a brutal couple of at-bats for Julio in really big moments, and that's too bad. Especially because it just means they take the ball the bat out of Cal's hands every time. The Cal had no opportunity to help you win the game. They're just like, yeah, we're not going to do that. Thanks. We're going to pitch to the guy over here. You can keep your Cal, go put him on first base. We're all set with that. I'm going to pitch to this guy. And unfortunately, the more times Julio flails, the more times he gets himself out in those big spots, the more times other teams have another option. They don't need to pitch to Cal in those big moments. Polanco with a nice night. He had a big hit, kept the game going. Naylor, I thought had good at bats. He didn't always come through, but good at bats. And then obviously the Leo Rivas thing is great. Just really cool for him. That Cardinals team is an abomination to baseball. There were 2 or 3 moments in that game where I was like, oh my God, this is a professional baseball team? Not even just a major league team, a professional team at all?
I don't think you're ready to see the Rockies in 2 weeks.
I must not be. I haven't seen the Rockies one time this year. I've been purposely avoiding it so that I can give myself a dessert on the second to last series of the year.
What?
I can't wait to see what this looks like. Let's open one last Christmas present. Yeah, it's like the Christmas present you open up late on Christmas Day after you've done them all in the morning. I'll save one more for the end. That'll be the Rockies here in a couple weeks. What I watched with the Cardinals over the last 3 games was an atrocity to the game. And what's that dude's name? Herrera? What's his first name?
Ivan.
I don't.
He's actually a really good hitter.
I don't care. He's a terrible baseball player. What he did on second base as the ghost runner, they would have been better off if they just didn't have a ghost runner. You realize that? So in the 10th, he starts at second base, right? In the 10th. With the stupid man on second rule, which I just absolutely hate. Hate it. So he starts at second base, and immediately they hit a hard line drive to the foul pole side of the right fielder. He goes wandering off second base halfway to third, and so he doesn't get to tag up, and he stays at second base. Dumb, as Brock would say. Then the next ball is a fly ball to center field. If he'd been on third, he would have scored. He's pretty fast, right? He stole a bag earlier in the game. He's got a little speed to him. If he's on third base, he probably scores. And the Cardinals probably win that game. Instead, he's on second base, but he's not sure where he's supposed to be because where he actually is halfway between second and third. This guy just couldn't decide which base he wanted to be on. So he gets thrown out. Just, I don't know if he forgot the outs or just, I don't know. I thought it was going to be a hit, even though it was a lazy pop fly to center field, whatever it was. Just absolutely horrendous. Just awful. Awful. I don't understand. Can you help me understand why he's not the ghost runner in the next inning, too? He made the third out.
So who was it?
It was the guy who hit the fly ball.
Oh, yeah. So it's the guy that was the last batter.
Why isn't it the guy who made the last out? He made the last out. He should have to go back to second base and embarrass himself again. They should punish him by putting him back at second base. Dude, if you can't learn how to run the bases, your team doesn't deserve a better base runner out there in the later innings. Go back and do it again until you get it right. Herb Brooks would make him do it again. That was a shameful display. Anyway, they ended up pinch running for him when he came back around the next time, and it didn't matter. That team can't execute. The throw to third base, just horrendous, and they can't hit, and they're awful. And on a night like last night, that's what the Mariners needed. That's how it goes sometimes. I'm not trying to take away anything of the Mariners' win, quite the opposite. You didn't have your best stuff last night, right? Logan didn't have his best stuff. You didn't have, your great hitting night. You weren't cranking out home runs left and right like you were a couple of days ago. Is it possible they were a little tired a couple days after the trip across and some adrenaline rush from the night? But sure. The bullpen is down. You can't throw your, two best relievers in the game. You've had 2 straight starts where the starter didn't go deep into it. You're not at your best. You know what was kind of helpful? That on a night where you weren't your best, you got to play a joke of a baseball team, and you find a way to get a win. That's what good teams do this time of the year. They find ways to get a win. So good on the Mariners. They get a sweep. They've won 5 straight. What did I say last week? Watch them win 8 straight? We'll see. Gonna need 3 more. Gonna need 3 more to get there. But I think I did say last week, watch them win 8 straight. And I think they're 5/8 of the way there, Lyle. You can do the math at home. We'll be right back here. We'll give you guys everything you need to know. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com.
Touchdown Seahawks!
Celebrating 50 years of Seahawks football with the voice of the Seahawks, Steve Rabel.
Number 96, Cortez Kennedy. He was as wide as he was tall, and he was in the backfield terrorizing quarterbacks and throwing them to the ground before they knew what hit them.
The Seahawks hit the road for the first time this season in hostile Pittsburgh. Seahawks, Steelers, Sunday. Kickoff at 10 a.m.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
We at 3 Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
At West Hills Autoplex, we thoroughly inspect and prepare every used car to be like new. Because to you, it is new. We also pay you top dollar for your vehicle. So there's no better place to give your old car a new story. Auto Center Way exit, Highway 3 Bremerton.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the end of summer sale at AutoZone. We're celebrating the end of long days and short nights with big deals for a short time, like car wash. Right now, you can save 20% on the Armor All Complete Car Wash Kit. Need new brakes? Duralast brake pads are free with the purchase of Duralast rotors. We've also got oil deals and more. We're ending the summer right with the end of summer sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Kirk Herbstreit. On game day, great prep makes all the difference. Same goes for your pizza. That's why I go with Frigidaire Stone-Baked Pizza Oven. Fresh pizzas go from dough to done in just 2 minutes.
Whether you're throwing a party or squeezing in dinner between plays, this oven delivers hot, crispy, restaurant-quality pizza right from your kitchen. Only from Frigidaire. Game-ready pizza. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Whoa! Jason Kelsey just found out that NFL Sunday Ticket now lets you subscribe month to month.
Yeah!
He just realized you can join and cancel anytime.
Ha-ha! Now that's what I'm talking about.
Now he just found $1 in the sofa.
Yeah!
And he just saw a great parking spot open up. Look, just because Jason's easily excited doesn't make NFL Sunday Ticket month to month any less great. Right, Jason?
Yeah.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket month to month and cancel anytime. Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Renews every month during the 2025 regular season. Cancel anytime. Terms and embargoes apply. No refunds. Commercial use excluded.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Rick Riz here with Keith Dashafee, a local owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. With your help and the Improve Your Play program, Pella has chosen a local youth athletic program to receive a $5,000 grant. Keith, who's the lucky winner this week?
Rick, we could not be more excited to announce Mount Baker Youth Baseball as one of 2 winners of this $5,000 grant.
Thanks to Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington for helping our local youth thrive.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello, hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No, no place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, make it 5. 5 wins in a row. Mariners do exactly what good teams are supposed to do. They swept aside a bad one. The Cardinals were that, and yesterday, not so pretty for the first 12 innings, but it sure ended in style.
Here's the stretch. And the pitch on the way to Leo. Not Buddy. Swinging. Fly ball. Deep right field down the line. Walk it off. Leo Rivas. A walk-off 2-run home run. Good. Bye. Baseball. The Mariners sweep the Cardinals in the 3-game series. They have won 5 in a row. A walk-off home run. A 2-run shot by Leo Rivas. The Mariners win it 4-2 in 13 innings. Leo getting mobbed at home plate.
What a way for that game to end. He'd come in for Polanco as a pinch runner a couple innings earlier. He'd been in the cage working on his bunting beforehand, but it worked out.
Yeah, every time. Even I was practicing bunt in the cage though. While they were on defense, I was trying my bunting. All right, let's see. And then they told me, yeah, hey, you gotta swing, just move him over.
Well, he moved him over all right. I'm trying to think, Lyle. I know you're going to get off on the bunting later. That's fine.
I was about to say, I'm going to say it all morning.
As
There's
you
your
should.
lesson. Don't ever, 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 ever bunt.
What? Have you ever seen a home run go right there? My memory's awful, so I'm the worst person to ask about this, but I could not remember a home run in that exact spot where he hit it yesterday.
I think so.
I'm sure there has been.
I think Seager hit a couple there.
Man, that was as close to the line and as close to the wall as you can get a home run to be at this ballpark. It was awesome.
I remember, this is a deep cut. Early on in Carlos Peguero's career, he hit this
the screaming Mimi?
Yeah, the screaming low line drive that just got over the wall. That was similar.
If you look in the Brock and Salk folder, you'll probably find the call, I think, from Ron Fairley, where he called it a screaming Mimi.
Oh, really?
Oh, it's hilarious.
And I'll pull out one more. It was Ryan Langerhans in 09.
Nice. That way, Langerhans.
Who had a
great dude.
Who hit one in the same spot.
Great dude. Former Brave. Yeah, but this one wasn't a line drive like that. I don't know. There's just like, I thought it was going to go foul. The only thing that kept me from thinking that was Goldsmith was so animated on the call. He seemed to know right away. And I was like, oh, okay, maybe it is going to be fair. And sure enough, it was. Here's the only problem yesterday. Rangers win. They sweep the Brewers. What? Yes, it's true. Astros blew a 2-run lead, but then they got a late home run to beat Toronto. Kansas City knocks off Cleveland. So no real change. One back in the West still. Game and a half up in the wild card, though the other teams after Texas are starting to fade away. It is looking a little bit like 3 teams for 2 spots. They're going to get right back to it tonight. Thursday start of a series means a 4-gamer. This one against the Angels. Bryce Miller takes the mound against Jose Soriano.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, we know that final drive on Sunday was brutal for Rick Woolen. Is it going to cost him his job? Well, here was Mike McDonald yesterday.
Is Rick going to start this week? We'll see. We'll see.
That sure isn't a yes. And then he went on a little bit longer.
We had a similar situation last year. And look, every person we've had a conversation about what their role is going to be and things like that. One, I mean, you need to operate like that as a coaching staff, keep it real with them. But they've been tremendous, you know. Tell them with love, tell them the truth, and let's go to work.
I mean, I guess what I hear there is that his role is in some way going to be changing, which sounds like he may be losing that starting job. But look, in this league and with this team, you got to imagine even if you lose your starting job, you know, without Eamon Worry out there, there's still going to be a lot of use and a lot of times where Rick Woolen's still going to be on the field. And obviously, you got to be a whole lot better than he was on the final drive on Sunday. Josh Jobe also played very well. He could be in line for a whole lot more action. In terms of the injury report, we know the Seahawks beat up on the Niners, but they took a little shrapnel as well. Injury report yesterday had 8 names on it. Nick Eamon Worry, not a surprise as a non-participant, but maybe some good news that they haven't made a call yet.
So I said that we were going to have a decision here in the next day or two. I think we're going to take it throughout the week to decide what we're going to do.
All right, so good. I mean, maybe that means that there's at least a possibility he skips IR. We'll find out. Devin Witherspoon, Julian Love, probably the 2 most concerning. Spoon did not practice at all. He's got a knee issue, and Love limited with a groin. Good to see both Chenna and Bobo full go after missing the opening week. As for Pittsburgh, Joey Porter Jr., Nick Herbig, Derek Harmon, probably the 3 biggest names, all out yesterday with 2 hamstrings and a knee.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Really good Thursday night matchup again tonight. Washington heading to Green Bay, 2 of the handful or so of teams in the NFC that I think have a legit Super Bowl aspiration. Pete Schrager, even though he didn't play professionally, does have an opinion on it.
I think the Packers defense was the best unit in football last week. Jeff Hafley's team had 9 tackles for a loss, 4 sacks, and it wasn't just Michael. Michael only played 29 snaps. You had guys like Edrin Cooper running all over the place, and then guys who we've talked about as bust. Lucas Van Ness, a first-round pick, hasn't done much, was awesome. Quay Walker, awesome. And then you've got a guy, Jaden Daniels, who might very well be the MVP and looked great on Sunday as well. So to me, it's best unit in football right now versus maybe the hope in the future of the NFL and Jaden Daniels, and you can't ask for a better setting in Lambeau Field.
Yeah, pretty cool. Also of note, Ian Rappaport saying this morning, Niners quarterback Brock Purdy going to miss 2 to 5 weeks with what he termed a turf toe variant. A variant, like it's a different strain of turf toe.
That Lumen Field turf.
I guess so. Anyway, that's everything you need to know. And, of course, we do a quarter past every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. If you like it when people are mean to me, I think you will enjoy the next half hour of radio. Joel Klatt has something to say and something to say to me. Stick around. You'll hear it next on Brock and Salk.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. He's Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Did
Does your yard need shade, privacy, or a little brightening up? Look no further than Big Trees. I'm Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. At our 30-acre location, there are thousands of trees to choose from and knowledgeable staff, including a board-certified master arborist, to help you find exactly what you're looking for. Visit the nursery and learn more about Big Trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Temperatures are dropping, but you don't have to settle for a chilly home this winter. Keep cozy and safe with energy-saving products during Washington Energy's home heating sale on now. Upgrading your home is as easy as $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 off. Take $1,000 off furnaces, fireplaces, and water heaters, $2,000 off high-efficiency heat pump systems, and $3,000 off whole home generators and ductless mini splits, plus free financing. Washington Energy Services, your expert resource for affordable home comfort. Call for a free estimate.
Seaport Airlines, offering high-frequency shuttle service between Seattle's Boeing Field and PDX Business Aviation. Use code FALL2025 to save 20% off flights. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
Toyota of Kirkland's service department has you covered as the summer winds down and the fall approaches. At Toyota of Kirkland, be confident in your brakes with the complimentary brake inspection. Get winter ready with a free battery health check, wiper blade installation, and multi-point inspection. Thinking of trading in? Get a complimentary vehicle appraisal. Stay ahead with the maintenance service plan at $374 plus tax. And yes, they match coupons from other local Toyota dealers. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com to schedule your service today. Drive safe, drive smart with Toyota of Kirkland.
O'Brien. The insurance world, it can be confusing. So have Firstmark Insurance guide you through it by taking the free Firstmark Challenge. They'll explore offerings from top carriers for better coverage and lower rates. They save the Heward family thousands. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Hey, it's Kirk Herbstreit. On game day, great prep makes all the difference. Same goes for your pizza. That's why I go with Frigidaire Stone-Baked Pizza Oven. Fresh pizzas go from dough to done in just 2 minutes.
Whether you're throwing a party or squeezing in dinner between plays, this oven delivers hot, crispy, restaurant-quality pizza right from your kitchen. Only from Frigidaire. Game-ready pizza. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Whoa! Jason Kelsey just found out that NFL Sunday Ticket now lets you subscribe month to month. Yeah! He just realized you can join and cancel anytime.
Ha-ha! Now that's what I'm talking about.
Now he just found $1 in the sofa. Yeah! And he just saw a great parking spot open up. Look, just because Jason's easily excited doesn't make NFL Sunday Ticket month to month any less great. Right, Jason? Yeah. Get NFL Sunday Ticket month to month and cancel anytime. Woo! Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Renews every month during the 2025 regular season. Cancel anytime. Terms and embargoes apply. No refunds. Commercial use excluded.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. On a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Molly Hatchet is bringing their iconic Southern Rock to the Event Center at Silver Reef Casino Resort on Saturday, September 27th. Prepare for an unforgettable night of hits like Flirtin' with Disaster and Gator Country. Mark your calendars for Saturday, September 27th. Tickets are on sale now and start at just $30. Don't miss your chance to see Molly Hatchet at Silver Reef Casino Resort. Get your tickets today at silverreefcasino.com.
Toyota of Kirkland's service department has you covered as the summer winds down and the fall approaches. At Toyota of Kirkland, be confident in your brakes with the complimentary brake inspection. Get winter ready with a free battery health check, wiper blade installation, and multi-point inspection. Thinking of trading in? Get a complimentary vehicle appraisal. Stay ahead with the maintenance service plan at $374 plus tax. And yes, they match coupons from other local Toyota dealers. Visit toyotaofkirkland.com to schedule your service today. Drive safe, drive smart with Toyota of Kirkland.
O'Brien.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline.
No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Yeah, that's on me, Brock. Here you were talking all about Schwartzy, and I didn't even drop this on you.
May the Schwartz be with you.
That's on me. I mean, how did I not go back and play a little Spaceballs? So I'm sorry. Thank you to everybody in the text machine who reminded me to get a little Mel Brooks in there today. Law, you remember who Mel Brooks is? We went over this. Do you remember who Mel Brooks is?
Yes.
Okay, good. That's what I wanted to hear. Just say yes.
What are you doing? You're doing the same thing you did to your chemistry registrar. You did the same thing you did to your foreign language registrar. Yeah, you're trying to sabotage this, aren't you?
Not, I swear.
No, you're trying to sabotage. Technologically, you're like, wow, this all sounds good. We'll try to make it go, but I'm going to put a little.
You think I can
up.
kibosh a create a firewall in the Fox studios?
Yep, I know how you do your firewalls.
I think that might be giving me more credit technologically than I really deserve. But yeah.
Oh, you only know how to bust through firewalls.
I don't even really know how to do that. I'm just an intuitive genius, Brock.
I don't even know what the heck a firewall is, for crying out loud.
This is going to be one of those things where for years Brock will like refer to it, not really knowing what it is, but just sort of talk about what's going on with the firewall.
Seriously.
Right?
What's up with hashtag longboard? I mean, what are we doing
body.
here?
Hashtag long body.
Yes.
That's another good Brock Heward moment.
What are these hashtags?
We're trying to figure out why Earl Thomas was ending his tweet with hashtag long body. And Brock was like, oh, no, guys, I figured it out. I looked it up. And then proceeded to read us the definition of a hashtag. That's a good Brock Heward moment from back in the day. I think that was from the podcast, right?
Boy, howdy, never let me down. No, I was sitting right there.
Oh, really? Was that for some reason in my memory? It was part of the podcast.
So how much college football you been watching, Salk? You ready for
just
Joel
enough to be ready for Joel? I don't remember many of the names or anything, but just enough so that Joel can't yell at me and say that I don't watch any. Did you like that little Iowa State QB? Rocco Becht. I watched a little of him. I thought he was okay. Here's the thing. I'm not going to watch games where the final score is more than 50 points in differential. I'm out. I have no interest in that. But I've watched a little. We have Joel. We've got Joel Klatt. Good morning, Joel. For the first time this year, and we'll be doing it every Wednesday at 8:30. Good morning to Joel Klatt.
Good morning. What's going on? How are you?
Nervous, mostly. Nervous about the fact that
you should be nervous.
I am. I'm more nervous than I should be.
Well, I mean, that's what pressure does, Salk. So, like,
what does it do, Joel? What does pressure do, Joel? Does Gus ever tell you what pressure is?
Well, if you're weak, then it breaks you. Like Salk is squirming. He's like, how am I ever going to do this? What's the right way to ask these questions that don't sound stupid?
Yeah.
So we'll see.
I don't want to get yelled at like all the poor guys trying to ask Sark questions the other day. I don't need. Yeah. I mean, let's start there. What's wrong with Sark? Seriously,
what's wrong with Sark?
Why does he treat people like that? I don't get it. The moment
he's defending his quarterback, who is under more scrutiny. He's defending his quarterback, he's defending his quarterback, who is more scrutinized than any other player in college football. That's exactly what a coach should do. If he didn't defend him and he would have come out and give some lame deal like, I don't know, we'll see, and giving coach speak, that would have been a problem because it would have been a problem in the locker room. Here's the problem with you, Salk, is that all you think about is what you want. Right. You're selfish. So you want a very specific answer, and you want it to be what you want it to be. And Sark is coaching and answering that question for his locker room. not for guys like you sitting there acting like you're an entitled media member. You feel like you deserve some specific type of answer, and you're not going to get it. And guess what? Sark is going to give the answer that's best for his locker room, as he should.
I can't stand,
what's wrong with Sark?
I can't stand Sark from
Goodness
his days here.
gracious.
So this was music to my ears.
So we decide, Salk, like, let's try this every week, and that's how you open.
Yeah, I think it was a good way. I thought it would be a good way to open. And especially, I like the idea that you think the media is entitled. Listen to the media attempt to talk to Sark. They're so befuddled and terrorized by him. This poor chap down in Texas can't even get a thought out.
Arch Manning seemed to be having some throwing pains by the according to who? Arch said that to you? No. Oh, according to who? It just looked like he doesn't have any. Is there an explanation for why it looked like that?
Yeah, entitled media. The poor guy can't even get a sentence out without being afraid Sark's going to pull his credentials.
You know why? Because that moron came in there and just started speculating. And then he was like, Arch is having a hard time. According to who? Arch. Arch told you that? He sounds like you right now trying to ask a question. My goodness. This is live? They pay you to do this?
They do. Not that much. Not as much as you get paid to do what you do. That's for sure.
What have your eyes,
thank God for that.
What have your eyes seen the first couple weeks, Joel, of the big picture? Both what you've seen, I guess, up close and personal, that Ohio State-Texas game, and then the big picture, college football. What's Joel Klatt taking in the first couple weeks?
Thank goodness for sanity and like an actual question that can have some substance, first of all. Second of all, Brock, I saw two really good.
Thank you, Lyle. Thank you for just cutting the stream. Thank you. Finally. Oh, no, he's back. Darn it. I thought Lyle had actually done something good in the other room.
Yes. Are you there? Go ahead, Joel.
I'm here. You got me?
Yes. Salk tried to cut the
would say,
right.
He tried to pull the power plug. Go ahead.
I saw two really good teams in Texas and Ohio State, that both have really good defenses. And one thing that we know, and now what we would call like modern college football in this era of the playoff, is you better have a great defense. The last four national champions, they finished first in total defense, third in total defense, first in total defense, first in total like you better be able to play, and in particular on the defensive line. I thought both of those teams did a nice job. Now, I would also suggest even after Notre Dame, Miami, even after Clemson, LSU, and what we've seen subsequently from all of these teams, I don't know if there's a team that just jumps off the film to me and screams like, okay, this team is definitely the best team in the country until I start prepping for this week's game. I'm doing Oregon Northwestern. And I was like, that's
Northwestern's
exactly what
good.
it's supposed to look like. You're the worst. You're the worst.
All right. That is overboard. How dare you? That is too far. The worst. That is too much.
Salk, I'll just tell you this and all your listeners. I want you to take this and internalize it. I do this all over the country. You're the worst.
Stop it.
So I turn on the film for Oregon, and that's exactly what it's supposed to look like. Brock, like they are fast where they're supposed to be fast, and then they are big and physical where you're supposed to be big and physical. Salk, get your mind out of the gutter. That's disgusting. So the defensive tackles have this rotation that is really good, and they're all big players in there. 300, 330, 330. Edge, they have ferocity on the edge. They've got speed at the linebacker core that can be hybrid, and in particular in today's offense, you've got to be able to be hybrid based on personnel groups. The one question for me is they're young in the secondary, a couple of freshman corners starting at least for right now until they can get healthy. I really like Thieneman, their safety. He gives them versatility in their defense. And then offensively, I was a wait and see. How is Dante Moore actually going to play, and how is he actually going to look? And then this rebuilt offensive line, Brock, what was it going to look like? How physical was it going to be? That I've watched all these teams on film. Oregon has the best offensive line in the country, and I think Dante Moore is a guy that raises their ceiling. I think he can be, I know this sounds crazy, I think he can be better eventually, not right now, but better than Bo Nix or Dylan Gabriel. And Bo was a first-round draft pick. He's got more arm talent, which means that he threatens more of the field on every snap, which leads to space. And when you create just slivers of space, then the speed can take over, which is what you saw against a totally overmatched Oklahoma State team. Coming on this show is like Oregon playing Oklahoma State.
See, I was trying to help you out, and you thought I was making fun, but I was trying to help you out and steer you away from spending the first 10 minutes of your first appearance here in Seattle praising the Oregon Ducks. But, hey, dig your own grave, buddy. That's on you. I'm just trying to help you here.
Do you think I care? Do you think I care? I go on in Dallas and berate them about Texas A&M. Like, I'm going to call balls and strikes. If you can't handle that, that's your problem.
I can, believe me. I don't know whether I'm speaking about me
Yeah,
here.
it seems like it.
Hey,
you seem to have some seriously thick skin going on.
That's me. All right. Well, it's mostly the hair that covers all the skin. When you got this much fur, it's a little easier to deal with the insults. All right, more seriously.
Nice. See how you shifted to self-deprecation?
Yep.
That's
Isn't that good?
That was good.
I know. That's an old trick of the trade. You must be an old radio host to know about that.
It's like Eminem in 8 Mile. It's like, I'm going to rip on myself so he can't rip on me.
That's right. Yeah, yes. that's exactly what it is. Hey, so more seriously, I don't know whether we're going to be talking quarterbacks at the end of this year in Seattle or not. It remains to be seen what happens with Darnold, and we're a long way off. But if and when we do, who are we and who should we be talking about at the end of this year as potential top 10, top 15 kind of picks at the quarterback position, but more specifically, ones that would fit here, that would fit with Mike McDonald and fit with Clint Kubiak and this sort of, Shanahan-style run-first balance system?
That's a tough question because some of the guys that I was really high on have not looked like I thought they would, namely Cade Klubnik, who I thought would have been a decent fit because of his athleticism and his ability to throw the football. But he has not looked right. Clemson has not looked right. He was the guy that I was kind of pointing at that really could be that guy. I think Garrett Nussmeier has played well. Again, is that a great fit? I'm not totally sure. I do know that there's a lot of guys out there that are starting to play and raise some eyebrows. One of them is Dante Moore at Oregon. I think that he's played really well. And then there's some young guys out there. The draft process is so interesting because it tends to we have one thought at the beginning of the year, and it tends to be very different once we actually get to that time period on the calendar. Remember, no one thought Baker Mayfield or Kyler Murray were going to be the number one pick overall. I don't think a lot of us thought Bo Nix was going to be a first-round draft pick. It's one of the reasons he came back to start his 873rd game in college football that last year. And then all of a sudden he built himself into a first-round draft pick. So I think it remains to be seen. I look at Nussmeier at LSU, and I think to myself, that's what it's supposed to look like. So we'll see if he continues to play well.
But there's not a lot of plus traits.
Seattle
there, right?
had him, man. By the way, no, there's not, and that's McCarthy would have been great in that system. You see what he was able to do in the fourth quarter against the Bears. But man, Seattle was right there, and that's the tough part of not having a game-changing quarterback at that level. Is you're gonna be in a tight game every single week. And then they just weren't able to make the plays necessary down the stretch. They've got to find that guy. I don't know if Darnold's going to be the answer long term. I think he can be, but let's remember now, we've seen quarterbacks have a revival, if you will, or play their best football under Kevin O'Connell. And then once they're not with Kevin O'Connell, they're not the same player. And I think that would be the risk with Darnold right now in Seattle.
And the other side of that, Joel, and I agree with you, is the beauty of the draft process and the college season is we actually get to play, and it's not just all of the hype. The other side of that is once a narrative is written about you, it is really hard to change it. And 17 million people watched your game. You and Gus and Jenny Taft and the whole crew there watched Ohio State, Texas. A lot of blink scouters out there would say, I'm done with Arch. He can't throw. He's inaccurate. His fundamentals. He throws like Uncle Rico. A lot of folks are kind of done. Now, he's got the Manning name to help change some of that, and he's got a lot of stature to him. But just seeing him up close and personal, what was your single biggest takeaway on Arch, just the pure quarterback?
I thought he was overwhelmed a bit in that environment. And Brock, I've called Michigan in that stadium, Michigan-Ohio State. That was the loudest I had heard Ohio Stadium. Like there was an energy in that building that was uncommon, even for all the times that I've been there. And I think that he was overwhelmed by that a bit. And then I was shocked at some of the choices he made with arm angle. I was shocked at some of the inaccuracies, but I also was impressed with the way, even in the midst of playing poorly, he comes back and leads them down the field, throws a nice ball to Livingstone, for a touchdown, and has the football in a one-possession game in the fourth quarter. So there are building blocks, and then this is what I would say, and specifically as it relates to the draft process, is Brock, Joe Burrow wasn't Joe Burrow until his last year after he was a much older player. Same with Bo Nix, same with Baker Mayfield, same with Kyler Murray.
Penix.
There's a lot of these guys. Michael Penix, yeah, great example with Michael Penix. There's a lot of these guys that have to go through growing pains. If we would have judged Michael Penix on his first road start when he was playing for Indiana, we would all said, like, well, there's no way he's an NFL quarterback. But he developed into that. This is why I think most of us believe, and even his grandfather Archie believes, that this is not going to be the last year for Arch Manning. And he's not going to just come out with 1 year as a starting quarterback under his belt. Joe Burrow started for 1 year at LSU, and then he came back and he had that unbelievable year and he became Joe Burrow. I anticipate, if this year goes as it's going, that Arch will get better during the course of this year, probably play really well late, and come back and be a much better player next year at Texas than he is this year. I don't think this is the make or break year for him. He's not out of eligibility, and history suggests that his best football is ahead of him. And I would also say this. If you look at, Brock, I think you and I have talked about this actually specifically. If you look at the quarterbacks who have won Super Bowls since Brady's first Super Bowl, those quarterbacks, all the way now, we've got 25 years of data that suggests that if you're going to win a Super Bowl in the NFL, you better have a substantial amount of reps in college first. The average of all of those guys is well over 30 starts, 1,000 attempts. And I think that experience gets overlooked when we're just so focused on trying to get the next shiny object. Shiny object is the currency with which guys like Sark deal with. But we will look for substance, Brock. And we're looking for guys.
It's a little hard though when he's being called generational, right? I mean, like, it's not if
I
his
didn't
name.
call him generational.
I know that.
Maybe you did. I didn't call him generational.
Yeah, no. Then you got me right because I love the Mannings. No, I mean when he's being called generational.
I'm sorry, I'm not up to date on all of your takes from 4 years ago.
No, I just it's an HGH thing. Don't worry about it. It just I
didn't get the bio. Did you guys send me a bio over? I was supposed to be up to date on all of your takes.
Try to do that. Where are you on Jalen Milroe, by the way?
Where am I on Jalen Milroe?
Yeah. Is he someone that can – I mean, they brought him in for one play in this game.
There's a lot of – based on what I saw last year, he needs a lot of development throwing the football. You see, at that level, you cannot just be a good athlete. That has to be secondary. Has to be secondary. You've got to control the game from the pocket. First and foremost, if you can't do that, none of anything else matters. This is exactly what Caleb Williams is dealing with right now in Chicago. Great. You run around for a touchdown here and there. He's late. He's overthrowing guys, and he can't control the game from the pocket. And so Jalen Milroe, now, how do you develop? You've got to play, but the coaches have to understand, like, you can't just throw away a season in order to get a guy development to then see if he could potentially be your quarterback for the future. So, outside of being forced into action, I'm not as intrigued as maybe others because, again, the ability to elude, evade, and make plays with explosiveness is a secondary trait in the NFL. That doesn't mean that it's not important, but you first have to control the game from the pocket.
Yeah. You know what struck me with that, Joel, is I was watching somebody put a supercut together of every one of Cam Ward's throws, the number one pick in the draft, in the pocket against a ferocious, one of the best defenses in all the NFL. That would be the Broncos. A brutal place to play, very loud as well. But when you watch the game from that view, it's like the end zone view of every one of his throws, you realize how overwhelmingly hard this game is in the NFL. So it's like when we sit in those seats behind home plate, the really good seats that we have, and you watch Cal Raleigh, and when you've got to have a pop time of X to throw that guy out in that spot in that moment, it is the same thing. I mean, it's not even the same game. Watching high school football a lot closer now, into the college game, it is a different game. And watching the precision, and Cam I thought was pretty good. I thought he got the ball out pretty good, a whole lot better than Caleb and some of these other guys. But, Joel, the level of precision and timing it takes to play that position from what you just said, the pocket first, man, it is
the hardest
insurmountable.
Part? What is, if there's one thing, what is the hardest part about playing quarterback in today's game?
Processing. You have to process a mountain of information almost instantaneously. And then be in balance and rhythm to showcase elite 0.00001% talent to throw the ball in that tight window in the perfect timing. So it's not just the ability to make the throw, it's to process the information in the amount of time to get yourself in a position to make the throw and then make the throw. So there's 10 dominoes. Everything is just so fast. The defense is moving at an incredible rate. It's like this interview for you. It's probably sped up in your head. And, like, that's understandable. So this is more difficult than most
I'm seeing
interviews
ghosts.
for you.
Yeah, I think I'm seeing ghosts.
Yeah, you
like
start
poor
to see
Sam
ghosts,
Darnold all those
and you're
years
like,
ago.
Is there 12 guys out there? That's easily the most difficult part, because you've got to come out and you have a picture pre-snap, and then at the snap of the football, that picture is going to change, which changes. It can change your timing, the side of the field you're looking at, the player that you're trying to read. Did I go from a zone movement key to a progression? And you've got to then be ready to manipulate the pocket, understand what's around you, but not keep your eyes on that rush, and then throw the football in tight windows in the correct timing. It's just an incredibly difficult
Tim
thing to do.
Couch or David Carr, who was just so thoroughly beat up when he was young that
Carr.
Was it Carr? I kind of confused the two in my mind.
sacks.
Carr.
One
The
season.
expansion,
Oof.
the expansion
Yes.
Texans.
Yeah, that's me.
75 sacks.
That's got to be me. I'm the David Carr now of the show. Just beat up early so that 20 minutes into the interview, I got nothing left.
Except he was a rookie, and you're supposed to be a veteran.
Darn it.
So.
I know.
Can you help me?
Hey, by the way, did you see his
final way?
brother doing stuff the other day? He was great on, was it YouTube, doing analysis? I thought Derek was really good at doing that. He got the guy liner on early, and he looked good. Just couldn't resist the last one, I guess. Sorry. That was Joel Klatt, who will be joining us Wednesdays at 8:30, and if you miss it, Thursdays at 6:30, I'm sure. Yeah, that one got away from us, I guess, a little bit. He was a little he came in a little hot yesterday, right? Joel did. He came in a little hot. I think he'll tone it down. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe it'll be just a battle like that every week.
We'll get to more football next.
I mean, like, that's not uncommon radio in a lot of other markets. It's a little odd here in Seattle. You don't hear a lot of back and forth like that as much here in Seattle. But Joel knows the stuff. He does a great job. Lead Fox analyst, of course, on college football, and he talks a lot of pro football with us. And we will take advantage of that over the course of the season and learn about the world through his eyes quite a bit. So, just if you don't know the new schedule, it's still Jeff Passan Tuesdays at 8:30. It is Daniel Jeremiah now Tuesdays at 9:30, and he'll move into the 8:30 spot once baseball season ends. And then Joel Klatt will be Wednesdays at 8:30. By the way, speaking of baseball, tomorrow at 7:30 a.m., little bonus guest, Buster Olney's going to join us. I tried to get Buster to come on today. He was moving in and around. He had stuff. I think they have meetings for Sunday Night Baseball on Thursdays, so he couldn't do it this morning. But he was willing to jump on with us tomorrow, which is great. So Buster Olney will join us tomorrow at 7:30. We'll have G. Scott come in tomorrow as well. Brock's working tomorrow, which is great. We got a lot of cool stuff. And, of course, we'll finish off the day tomorrow with some open phone lines. Today, we have today's fantasy forecast, Maura. Are we ready for the fantasy forecast today?
And so send me your questions, please, if you have them.
Yeah, 866-979-3776.
You're like me and you have Brock Purdy in one of your leagues. I can try to help you find another quarterback.
All right, there you go. If you need Brock Purdy related help, come see the doctor. Maura will give you a prescription for a new quarterback. We'll do that at 9:45 this morning. But up next, we're talking about the team that just refuses to lose right now. They did it again last night. Took a few extra innings, but they got it done. Mariner Baseball next on Brock and Salk.
One game back.
Pitch on the way to Leo. Not Buddy. Swinging. Fly ball. Deep right field down the line. Walk it off. Leo Rivas.
On a 5-game win streak and just a game back of Houston in the AL West.
It's there to be had. It's right there. Crazy what a couple weeks can do for you because you see the potential.
It's the Mariners' push to the playoffs.
Matt Brash strikes out the side.
And it's only on Seattle Sports on 710 in the Seattle Sports app.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hey, it's Kirk Herbstreit. On game day, great prep makes all the difference. Same goes for your pizza. That's why I go with Frigidaire Stone Baked Pizza Oven. Fresh pizzas go from dough to done in just 2 minutes.
Whether you're throwing a party or squeezing in dinner between plays, this oven delivers hot, crispy, restaurant-quality pizza right from your kitchen. Only from Frigidaire. Game-ready pizza. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Whoa! Jason Kelsey just found out that NFL Sunday Ticket now lets you subscribe month to month.
Yeah!
He just realized you can join and cancel anytime.
Ha-ha! Now that's what I'm talking about.
Now he just found $1 in the sofa.
Yeah!
And he just saw a great parking spot open up. Look, just because Jason's easily excited doesn't make NFL Sunday Ticket month to month any less great. Right, Jason?
Yeah.
Get NFL Sunday Ticket month to month and cancel anytime. Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Renews every month during the 2025 regular season. Cancel anytime. Terms and embargoes apply. No refunds. Commercial use excluded.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike
Heward. Not exactly Joe Kapp there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Morning, buddies. A big sweep last night. Sweep.
What did Chris Berman say about that, by the way?
About sweeps?
Brock Heward's no Joe Kapp in the pocket. What was that all? I feel like that's a dig every day. I don't quite fully understand. Like I wasn't tough enough.
I think so.
I wasn't agile enough. I wasn't good enough. Joe Kapp.
Didn't we ask him about it and he didn't really remember?
We did.
He was like, I don't know what I
remember.
was talking about.
Yes. I think that's exactly right. Whoa, that one took a little while last night.
Took a little extra time.
That one took a little while.
If the night before, if Tuesday night's win was, as I said, maybe not the best win of the year, but the most entertaining, last night's win was better, but a whole lot less entertaining. I think that would be the way I would describe it. That was a better win. They needed to get that after going that long and using your bullpen the way you did. You really didn't want to lose that game and have your bullpen and everything else a mess with the Angels coming to town tonight for 4 and no day off. So you can kind of deal with that as long as you at least complete the sweep against an absolutely horrid ball club. I'm disgusted by the Cardinals. But like, if they don't fire their manager within the next few days, something is rotten in St. Louis besides all of St. Louis. Like that is
yeah, they were trying to give you that game, right? They were trying to give it away. Yeah, they were trying pretty hard to give that thing away. What was that guy doing?
That guy should be demoted.
Titus was supposed to
Indie
be
League
annotating his book, Lord of the Flies, and of course he's looking over
too.
Is she? Yeah, looking over his shoulder, and even he just partially annotating and partially watching. He's like, "Why the heck that guy not tag up?
Where's that guy going?"
Well, but the first time, like, tag up,
I know.
Ball's hit to right field, tag up, get to third. He's like, what was he doing?
That guy seemed to think, Herrera, right? He seemed to
know.
think that the base was somewhere between second and third. I don't know what that guy was doing.
Don't know.
That was a mess. That's when you just fire the manager and you're like, this team is a disaster. Like, they don't have any talent. The talent they have there is playing to lose. They're just awful. But, you know, obviously the Mariners were struggling as well. And you pop up a bunt and you can't do this. And, you know, the defense was phenomenal and that was keeping you in the game. And Gino with 2 spectacular plays and JP with a great play and Naylor with a couple of great digs. I mean, it was like one play after another. And that's really the reason you're in it long enough for Leo Rivas to come through and hit his big home run. Thank you, Leonardo Rivas, to come through with his big home run late. And look, not every game is going to be pretty. Not every game is going to be fun the way the one before it was. Sometimes there's an ugly mess of a game like yesterday, and better to be on the winning end of it than the losing end. So good for them.
No question. And especially with what also transpired around you, they can look at that out of town scoreboard on their wall out there and see that, geez Louise, the Rangers swept the Brewers. Yeah, Rangers swept away the Brewers, and the Astros tried to give it away and ultimately hung on to get that one. Yes, the Yankees lose, the Red Sox lose, so there's some help around you, but yeah, this is now 17 to go, 16 to go, 16 to go, 16 to go, and every one of these matters. And when you're playing a foe that is making mistakes and giving you opportunity, and you've got the bases loaded, nobody out, You got to find a way to finish it. And ultimately, as you said, of course he did. You know, you pinch hit
pinch
or
runner.
you pinch ran for Polanco, and little Leonardo is up there, and of course he would just take it over the right field bleachers.
Speaking of the Rangers,
I don't know if he took it over the right field bleachers. That ball got out by about as little as
over
they
the
can
bleachers.
go out. Let's
it
not get carried away.
Bro, it was out of the state. Didn't he break the glass
I
at
don't
the
think
Here
so.
Cafe?
What was
that was
did we
Luke
get a final
Raley earlier.
distance on that? Like 330 yard. I mean, that looked like a Fenway Park pesky pole job.
330 yard would be out of the
I guess
stadium.
that's
That'd be
true.
990 feet.
All
so
right.
yes.
All right.
Yeah, speaking of the Rangers, Lyle.
are they trolling at this point?
It feels that way.
And I don't even mean with the sweep of the Brewers. Do you see their latest acquisition?
Yes.
That they picked up Donovan Solano?
Yes.
So this Rangers team that doesn't have Semien, that doesn't have Seager, that doesn't have Evaldi, they've got Rowdy, they've got Dylan Moore, they've got Solano, they've got Sam Haggerty. I think they're trolling.
It's hilarious.
Well, they got little Brett Boone over there on the bench too, right? Isn't he their hitting coach?
He is.
Yeah, Booney's the hitting coach, so Booney knows. They develop him in
That'll
Seattle.
give them a little extra pop too. I mean, like you got that. That'll give you a little bit of extra pop when you need it. So, hey, look, a 361,
and by the way,
361 feet, by the way, yesterday for.
Yeah,
for
and by the
Leo.
way, can we put some credit on his name? I don't think they win that game without Emerson Hancock.
Sure.
Right. You were down to the very end of that. I don't think there's anybody left to pitch. Right. And you're down to it, and he comes in, and that was as good as he's looked.
Yeah, two really good
since he's been
innings.
back. Just tremendous innings.
You know, it's funny that you bring that up, Brock, because as I was watching, I was like, what else? You're starting to think through the game and what are you going to do here and what are you going to do there, and we can come back here in a moment to the Julio issue because it is a bit of a problem. But I'm thinking, okay, well, who are they going to go to in the pen? And I plumb forgot. I plumb forgot about Emerson Hancock, and I guess that the problem with that.
What does that even mean?
What?
Plumb forgot.
I plumb forgot. You don't know that phrase?
I think so, but what does it mean?
I forgot.
I know the phrase.
It just means I forgot. Yeah. it just means I forgot, but I think it's like
But you just want to add a plum to it?
Yeah, it's like a yokel way of saying that I forgot.
Plumb forgot is a phonetic misspelling of the phrase plum with a B, forgot.
Right.
Where plum is a dialectical old-fashioned adverb meaning completely, absolutely, or totally.
I told you.
All right.
I just totally forgot.
Just plumb forgot.
I plumb forgot, man. what do you... Why are you criticizing my figures of speech over here?
I'm not. I think, you know what? That should be every time you can't answer something with your memory.
Right.
I think you need to add a plum.
I might
Because
start
it's
adding a plum
absolutely
every
and
time.
totally gone.
Yeah, it's plumb gone. What can I tell you? I forgot about Hancock. And then seeing him out there, it's like, man, this whole idea that Hancock was going to be a leverage arm for them has really gone out the window, as I didn't even remember he was in the pen. Like they're throwing out the lefty Castillo, who they just picked up. They're throwing out Luke Jackson. Like he's so far back on the depth chart that they're throwing these guys out there before him in a close game with none of your leverage relievers available. Like that to me was actually a really stark look at reality for where Emerson Hancock's at. A guy that we were hoping just not that long ago could end up being middle to leverage arm for them, maybe add to some of the depth of your leverage.
Well, you got to earn it, man.
Well, he did something along those lines yesterday. So that may end up being the lasting legacy of this game. We'll find out. Mm-hmm. The other side of it, and I don't want to go negative here because this is a really, it's good. They won the game. But Julio continuing to flail in these really big moments. The problem with it isn't just that he didn't come up. It's that it just allows them to walk Cal every single time. They're just taking the bat out of his hands.
Can he hit behind Cal, or should we go Naylor, Julio?
I mean, I think there's a real conversation to be had there. Yeah.
Certainly down the stretch, if you have matchups and you know the game, and these guys typically know it. You talk to the managers and the front office before series, and they've got a pretty good feel for how these things are most likely going to go. And if you're going to get into really contested, close games, can you afford to have Julio behind Cal? Right? So they can just totally pitch around him or walk him.
It's a very real question.
It will be a very real question. And I'll say this, like you earn your opportunity. Mm-hmm. As much as we talked earlier in the week about Dan Wilson's grace and his patience through the process, and that may be one of those storylines, I will say for some of the other guys on the roster, you earn it. You earn it. You earn those opportunities. They gave Emerson some opportunities, and it didn't go so well. And so he's kind of last in line. Then last night it goes tremendously well. I think they've given Cole a bunch of opportunities, and little Leonardo is, if he's going to outplay him, he's got to play. He's got to play. So I think you kind of earn your stripes in that way. And if, you know what, you get in big moment after big moment after big moment. And it's not just you don't.
I'll tell you, I would feel a whole lot better with Josh Naylor coming up in those spots. I mean, his bat quality is just so great.
Well, the problem is Julio's been one of the best players in baseball in the second half. So what are you going to do?
But not in those moments. But not in those moments.
Well, so maybe you should.
Right? It's like, hey, man, between the 20s, you're awesome, and that is awesome, and that's unbelievably valuable.
Cal?
Well, maybe you should move Julio back to the leadoff spot and Randy into the 3 spot.
No, that's getting confusing. So now you're going Julio, Cal, Randy, Naylor, Suarez, Polanco?
Sure, why not?
Yeah, I would just like Naylor behind Cal. That's all I would like. You can do whatever you want with the rest of it. Just put Naylor behind Cal so he can't be pitched around as much as he is. Because I think teams still do feel, as amazing as he's been, if you make your pitches to Julio, and you got to make them.
Yeah, it's so funny. In the old world of baseball, right, Cal would be hitting probably third or fourth, right? Like, I mean, that's the way baseball used to be.
In RBI baseball,
right,
your home run hitter is fourth.
Julio would probably hit third, right? Like, you'd probably have Cole Young hitting second. Like, the way this lineup would look would be totally different. In the modern game, you're trying to maximize the number of at-bats that your best hitters get. And so, yeah, I can understand that, Lyle. If you wanted to lead Julio off and kind of make that change, he's certainly done it before, and he's had success doing it. Yeah. But I also got to strongly agree with Brock. Whatever you got to do, I am becoming concerned that they're just unfortunately taking the bat out of Cal's hands in the biggest of moments anytime there's an opportunity to do so. And, yeah.
Nobody wants that.
No.
You want number 54. You want number 55, number 56, and ultimately number 57.
And how cool would it be if it was in a really big, moment at the end of a game or with a stupid ghost runner on second base? All right. Or in the Cardinals case, it would actually worked out worse to have a ghost runner. You put that Herrera guy on second base. It's like a punishment. We'll give you everything you need to know next on Brock and Salk.
1 game back.
Pitch on the way to Leo. Not Buddy. Swinging. Fly ball. Deep right field down the line. Walked it off. Leo Rivas.
On a 5-game win streak and just a game back of Houston in the AL West.
It's there to be had. It's right there. Crazy what a couple weeks can do for you because you see the potential.
It's the Mariners' push to the playoffs.
Matt Brash strikes out the side.
And it's only on Seattle Sports on 710 in the Seattle Sports app.
Well, in just a couple minutes here, and Need to Know, you're going to hear about an injury report with our football team and all the bumps and the bruises and everything that comes from playing the game of football. But you don't have to be a pro athlete to know what I'm talking about. I know many of you woke up this morning with painful joints from arthritis and tendinitis and bursitis and anything in that doggone itis family. Well, that is where my friend, Dr. Daniel Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine, right over there in Kirkland, that's where he is ready for your call at 425-823-4000. He has seen so many patients suffering from chronic joint pain through the years, so don't let pain stop you from enjoying your life. Consider Dr. Nelson the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques. Many have jumped aboard the regenerative medicine train lately, but not Dr. Nelson. This has been his passion. This has been his heart for well over 3 decades. So no matter what walks through the door, he's got a solution. Give him a call, 425-823-4000, or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
Love cars? LeMay, America's Car Museum in Tacoma, is packed with 300 stunning classics, family fun, and events year-round. For what's happening next and to plan your visit, go to americascarmuseum.org.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
When your outside matches how you feel on the inside, that's kindness. And so I think that is the one thing that the Lee Johnson Auto family encourages us, is to be like really authentic and really be intentional in how we treat our customers and how we treat each other.
To have a good company, have a good culture, have a good crew that takes care of your customer base, you have to take care of your crew. You can't have miserable people and expect them to give a customer a good experience.
Walking in here, meeting some of the employees already before I was even hired on, welcoming me in, gave me a good indication what this company was all about. So if I were to make an hour and a half drive here and to have fun here for 8 to 9 hours a day versus if it's the other way around, then I'll take it.
It's not a script. It's a belief.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
If you've been considering upgrading your siding, now is the perfect time. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. In the Pacific Northwest, moisture is the enemy. Old failing siding leads to hidden water damage, rot, and mold. State Roofing and Exteriors is a James Hardy preferred contractor with over 55 years of siding expertise. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your siding inspection today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need. When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service. Really? Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 10/9/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intra-line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, 5 games, 5 wins in a row now for the Mariners. They do what you got to do as a good team. You sweep aside the Cardinals this time of year when every game matters a lot. It was not pretty for the first 12 innings, but it ended in style.
Here's the stretch. And the pitch on the way to Leo. Not Buddy swinging. Fly ball. Deep right field down the line. Walk it off. Leo Rivas. A walk-off 2-run home run. Good. Bye. Baseball. The Mariners sweep the Cardinals in the 3-game series. They have won 5 in a row. A walk-off home run, a 2-run shot by Leo Rivas. The Mariners win it 4-2 in 13 innings. Leo getting mobbed at home plate.
I think he got some shaving cream in his eyes. It was a total mess. He had been bunting in the cage, but he came in to hit there after he'd run for Polanco and ends up knocking one out of the park for the win. Brock, you mentioned Emerson Hancock, who gave them 2 great innings. Afterwards, he was pushing the praise right back at Leo.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I couldn't be happier for him. I've got to play with him a couple of years now, and he's just such a good ball player. He does all the right things. He brings such a good attitude to the park, and for him to step up there and hit that homer, that was pretty special.
You know, it was really cool and struck me, so watching just the celebration. You know, I love watching the celebration. I'll rewind it back and I'll look for things. Is legitimately how happy everyone is for other success. That's a really cool thing. We can talk about belief, and ultimately it's a process or a results-driven deal, and we know that. But to watch Cole Young, who struggled in some big moments there, and to watch the guy that is going to play some second base, I think, over him, get it done, and to see his absolute exuberance and joy and hair flying around as he runs out there. To watch guys that had struggled in some of those moments, and I know that's baseball DNA. It's over. It's done. JP had a really rough game at the plate. He didn't care. He is out there and he's throwing bubble gum and legitimate celebration.
You have to pick each other up in a game of failure. I mean,
That's
you
right.
have to be able to snap and clear and move on. And Cole Young had a tough night, but
one really quick story on this.
Sure.
But Benetti was in town last week. It was really neat. Had him talk to the football team. And when you see Jason in person, you understand what an absolute warrior and overcomer he is. And kind of introduced him in that way and kind of choked up a little bit just about how persistent he is. And he won't be denied. And he told a great story to the team. He said, you know why the Detroit Tigers did what they did last year? Do you know why they sold at the deadline and then, came together and why they've been in first place for 150 days this year? He said, because when one guy fails, 3 are at the top of the dugout there to pick him up. That's what elite great teams do. And, man, it was sure neat to see Leonardo pick it up with that home run last night.
pretty cool. Unfortunately, Rangers win again. They somehow sweep the Brewers, because of course they did. Astros blow a 2-run lead and then get a late home run to beat Toronto, because of course they did. Kansas City knocks off Cleveland. So, no change at the top. 1 back in the West, game and a half up in the wild card, but the other teams are starting to fade a little bit after Texas. So what you're looking at right now is, again, this could all change tomorrow, is it looks like 3 teams for 2 spots. Texas, Houston, Seattle, the top 2 are going to go on. The bottom one is not, and that's just kind of where you're at. They get right back to it tonight. Thursday, start of a series, will be a 4-gamer against the Angels. Bryce Miller and Jose Soriano at 6:40. They could kind of use a nice start from Bryce. Maybe go a little deep into the game. How about 8 strong for Bryce Miller with a lot of the bullpen used over the last 2 days?
Here's the second thing you need to know.
We know that the final drive was brutal for Reek Woolen, but it does sound like it may be costing him his job. Mike McDonald was asked about it.
Is Reek going to start this week?
We'll see.
We'll see. He was asked.
That's a crazy question.
Here's some follow-up.
We had a similar situation last year, and look, every person we've had a conversation about what their role is going to be and things like that. One, I mean, you need to operate like that as a coaching staff, keep it real with them. But they've been tremendous. Tell them with love, tell them the truth, and let's go to work.
I mean, it's pretty easy to read between the lines there, right?
Yeah, and this isn't, by the way, just punishment for one misread ball. I mean, this is just
this
the
is punishment for
professionalism.
2 misread balls.
This is just the attention to detail. And Blue 88, Richard Sherman, actually, I'm going to play a cut from Richard Sherman's song. Is that okay?
Sure.
I think I'm going to try to do that.
You've played many.
Because I talked about him earlier in the week. Talked about it on Monday, reacting to that game. Like, you can't just, play the snap and the play after the snap. Like, it's got to be before the snap. You got to put yourself in position. You got to process. You got to understand what they're doing. You got to understand alignment and assignment and leverage and all the details that go into playing that position at a high level. And then when you've got the just God-given traits that you've been given and to not see it maximized, I think you can understand coach's frustration.
We got some little injury concerns here as well. Practice report came out yesterday. Devin Witherspoon, Julian Love would probably be the 2 most concerning. Spoon not practicing at all with a knee. Love limited with a groin. So, I mean, good to see Chenna and Bobo at full go, but those 2 probably a little concerning.
Yeah, concerning because they both finished the game as well. And Julian finished it at an extremely high level. Spoon played fine, had to slide over to nickel. I think it is, by the way, concerning. I don't think this is a Wednesday rest day for guys that played every snap and played all out. I think these are legitimate injuries. I don't anticipate either of them, quite honestly, practicing very much this week. And I think as the week goes on, it could be very much a game day decision.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Really good Thursday night game tonight. Washington at Green Bay, 2 of the, handful of teams in the NFC that should have a legitimate Super Bowl aspiration. Green Bay defense, Washington offense. It seems like a pretty good game. And Brock, you mentioned this yesterday, but Ian Rappaport saying this morning, Niners quarterback Brock Purdy, 2 to 5 weeks. He could be out with a turf toe variant. A variant of turf toe. I don't know if the turf toe morphs. I don't know what happens.
You ever
with
had turf toe, Saul?
I don't think so.
Gosh.
I heard it. I know it hurts, right?
Oh. Just one of these, like so many of these football
Can you
injuries.
get it if you have gout? Do those two things, are they related?
No, I don't think so.
Because I know gout's painful on the feet.
Have you
as
ever
well.
had gout?
No, I know Wassel was a big gout guy, so was the Graz.
What they say about gout, it's a disease of the royalty or something?
It's King's disease. Yeah, that's everything you need to know. And maybe some stuff you don't.
Graz had gout?
I think the Graz,
Oh,
the
he
Graz and
did.
Wassel would both talk about their gout. They would have full-on gout conversations in the sports bed. Just two old men discussing their gout.
Who would be the most likely now on the Seattle sports roster to have gout?
To have gout?
Yeah, who would be next in line now that Wassel's not here?
You know, I'm gonna beg out of this question. I don't want to get myself in any trouble. There's just no.
I think it'd be you, by the way.
You think it'd be me?
I think it'd be you.
I don't have gout.
I think
I think I can come up with some other names before me, but we'll let it go for now. It's probably Stacy, to be honest with you. Stacy's probably the most likely to have gout. I think gout doesn't really affect women, right? Isn't it mostly something for men?
I think everybody I've ever encountered, from my Opa to this business guy I went to a business
Never
lunch
known
with.
a woman that has it.
I've never heard of a woman having gout. Yeah.
This poor guy, he's a big guy, big Polynesian guy, comes in and it was trying to sell something and he was on crutches. I'm so sorry. What'd you do? Broken foot, sprained ankle, hyperextended knee.
Got the gout.
I got the gout.
Gout is one of those things where when you say it really just makes it funnier, which is terrible because I'm sure it's really painful. But saying, oh, no, I have a gout problem is like, oh, geez, I'm really sorry. I got the gout. It's just for some reason hilarious.
It's plumb painful.
It's just flat out plumb painful, Brock. All right. I think I want to keep talking Mariners. We kind of went back and forth on what to do here. We got Here's the Thing coming up tomorrow at 7:30. We got Buster Olney right about this time. But, we had a conversation a couple weeks ago about who you wanted up in the biggest moments. I'm curious if we could revisit that next on Brock and Salk.
Hawks Live. Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square's center court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer with this week's guest, Seahawks rookie receiver Torrey Horton.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
All right, guys, we are post-Labor Day here. We are starting to head into the fall season, which means anything you let get away from you in the summer, it's time to pay the piper a little bit. But it's not that hard. This is the good news. This is why you got to call Eastside Weight Loss Clinic to get your body back, to feel right, to just do everything to make yourself in better health heading into the holiday season, which is really not that far away. They really, really can help you out. They did for me. I lost 35 pounds, and it wasn't that hard. Why? Plan works. It's safe. There's no injections, no surgery, all fresh, delicious food. You buy it all at the grocery store, so it's all real food, nothing prepackaged. And then there's real accountability and coaching every step of the way. It's designed to help, and it works. All it takes to start off is a 15-minute phone call. Schedule yours right now at eastsideweightlossklinik.com. That's eastsideweightlossklinik.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hundreds of vehicles on the ground, 8 dealerships, 14 brands, all in one location. Visit West Hills Autoplex. We have more brands in one location than anywhere else in Washington State, import or domestic, new or pre-owned. We make finding your perfect vehicle easy, and that means a remarkable car buying experience for you. Skip the hassle with West Hills' streamlined buying experience and feel confident buying from your neighborhood family-owned dealerships. West Hills Autoplex, Auto Center Way exit, Highway 3, Bremerton.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 4 tickets to the Seahawks game Sunday, September 21st. Head to the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter through the Seattle Sports app, the better your odds. Do it every day, September 9th through September 15th. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Construction. You know, it was a couple years ago. We were seeking a complete outdoor living space. Molly wanted a new deck. She wanted to really make our outdoor space pop. And boy, am I glad we called PCF. Why? Because whether it's a very specific project or outdoor living, like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you completely covered. You know, Molly's an interior designer. She knows construction. She knows attention to detail. And PCF, they checked every single box along the way. And right now is the time to make the call. Up to $6,000 off your project, plus no payments and no interest until 2027. And you can save an extra $1,500 when you bundle your deck with a patio cover. Find all the offer details, get project ideas, and browse photos at pcfgroup.com or simply call today at 425-629-8476. That's 425-629-8476, PCFgroup.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
I want to start this segment with a disclaimer, if you don't mind, Brock. I'd like to start with a disclaimer.
Okay.
There's nothing that would make me happier than Julio Rodriguez coming up big in a big moment. So let me just say that first, and then we'll come back around to it. This is going to be like a Quentin Tarantino, start in the middle and then go back and come back to where you were. Like, there's nothing in the world that would make me happier. Well, there's probably something, but certainly not Mariner related, than Julio coming up with a big hit in a big moment. I was really hoping it was going to happen yesterday. He didn't need a home run. Heck, all he needed was a sac fly. And like, there were so many opportunities for Julio to come up in some big moments. And unfortunately, it just has not happened for him. So let me just say that as a disclaimer. Then we'll come back to the question, which is, who do you want up in a big moment? And we were asking about that, a week or so ago, and trying to figure out right-handed, left-handed, who you want in a big moment. They've had some of those now over the course of this win streak. Anything change for you in terms of what you'd like to see in a big moment?
I mean, it just is so baseball.
Mm-hmm.
It is so hard to be predictive of things. It is. Yeah, I would say Naylor. And then he had a couple of those situations, just last night. I know it was one game and like one or two at bats, but did you say Polanco last week?
He was on my list.
He was on your list,
Yeah.
right? You think of those guys who just slow the game down, right? Who can process as best they can and, not be out of the zone and swinging out of the zone and just try to be like a step ahead of that pitcher and what that pitcher is doing in those moments. And I mean, Polanco has to be on that list.
Mm-hmm.
And he delivered last night. That's why the game extended. He got the double to tie it up there in the 10th and get it, to the 11th and the 12th, and ultimately Leo does it. Yeah, I think Polanco is certainly on the list. Cal is certainly on the list. He has been there. He has done it. I know that there is some strikeout to his swing and to his game, but the dude has done it in the biggest of moments. He's been your most clutch player the last 2 or 3 years. So I think those two and Naylor. And I don't know outside of that how you put many other guys in competition.
Yeah, those would be the three on my list as well. JP still is up there for me. Last night notwithstanding, I think JP generally takes really good at bats in big moments and finds ways to either take a walk or hit go the other way. Just do something positive in those big moments. Just a professional at bat. I was actually going to quote something that you've said, Brock, because I think it's very smart. The more I think about it, the more I think you're absolutely right, which is the difference between players that just punish mistakes, but if you make your pitches, you can get them out, versus guys who sometimes you're just not sure how to get them out. And they will find ways to spoil the really good pitches that a pitcher throws. And that doesn't mean it's going to work every time. But I think that's what those guys you just mentioned have in common. Polanco, at least the version that we're seeing this year as opposed to last year. Yeah, you can't just make your pitches and get them out. He'll find ways to foul those off. We've said it a million times about Naylor. I mean, he hits all sorts of things, and Cal the same way. JP is that problem where he'll just keep fighting you and battling you and battling you. And I think that's what makes those 3 or 4 guys stand out in a different category from Julio and from Gino, both of whom have had incredible seasons in their own way, but are more of the, hey, if you make a mistake, I'm going to punish it. And if you know how to get me out.
Or I'm just going to swing. Like, I just don't care. I'm going to swing. It was a 2-0 count. I think he ended up getting a walk when it was all said and done on a kind of 50-50 call that if the catcher frames it better, it's in the zone. But literally it was 2-0. And it was, it was in the other batters. Like the other batters.
That's your 2-0 swing? Like, what?
Yes.
I saw
I'm
that.
I'm just swinging. I don't care.
I'm sure in that spot he's like, I'm getting a fastball, and it's either going to, I get it. I mean, these guys are pretty smart. They know what they're doing, and they've got a plan.
Yes.
But yeah, in that moment, it didn't look good. I get that. I think that's sort of what it is for me, though, is just the ability to roll with anything versus the ability to punish mistakes. And over the course of a season, Julio's a great player.
Yep.
Over the course of a season, Gino's a tremendous player, and both of them are. And one guy is, top 5 in home runs this year, whatever he is, and Julio is right there in WAR and in 30-30 and all the things Julio does.
Top 10 of the MVP voting.
It's not a knock on them necessarily. It's just kind of different approaches to the game. But those different approaches lead to, different times where you want to see them at the plate. And some guys, for whatever reason, just have that gene. I got to tell you, though, I am, come back to what I said at the beginning 7 or 8 minutes ago. I want Julio to come through in those moments so badly. And when he does, and I used to feel the same way about Kelenic. I wanted JK to come through so badly in one of those. Remember how many opportunities Jared Kelenic had to win or tie games? Yes. And he just, for the life of him, couldn't do it. He had that one. Do you remember the game? I wish I could remember who it was against. He came up at the end of the game and battled and had like a long 8, 9, 10 pitch at bat. And at the end of it, the guy threw him a pitch that he had thrown 1% of the time. He was like a fastball slider, splitter guy, and he threw him a changeup or whatever it was. Do you remember that, Lyle?
I think it was that day game in 2022 against the Red Sox. They still clinched, and you're right. He hit one that was a rope foul that just missed the line.
And then the guy struck him out on a pitch he literally never threw. And he came back to the guy, and everybody's killing him publicly. And then everyone on the bench is like, that guy didn't really throw that pitch. Like, it's not really his fault. Anyway, saying, was it Ottavino? Maybe it was. I don't know. That was a text message. I don't remember well enough. I'm sorry. But yes, that was the story, Lyle. That was it. I guess my point is I would love for Julio to come through in some of these moments, and I think it would just take so much of the pressure off of him to do it. Like, once it happens, I feel like if it happens once, it could keep happening. Like, that there's just like almost a I don't know what it is, like just a block, right? Like just I don't want to say yips, that's not right, but something in that family where it's like once he gets it done, that monkey will be off his back forever and he can just go be great in those moments. But until it happens, it's tough because they just keep walking Cal over and over again.
I'm going to give you two situations or contexts that may be analogous, and you can shoot them down both if you don't agree. To kind of compare and contrast to baseball guys in that box in those moments. Okay. And I think it's football teams that win in multiple ways. Football teams like the New England Patriots for a decade that just, why were they so good? How did they find ways to win all these games? How did it? And obviously talent matters, but it's not like Tom Brady, was the most talented player. They just had so much in their tool bag that, I can go to. And whatever way the count's going to go, whatever way the at-bat's going to go, whatever way you're going to attack me, I can counter. I've got enough tools in my tool bag.
There's something to that.
I think that's a decent one. I think the better one, honestly, is in the same vein, a dual-threat quarterback and why you love them so much, right? They
when everything breaks down.
That's right.
They got another club. Yeah.
They got another club.
Yeah.
They just got a little something more. When you get in the red zone, for yours truly in the red zone, the study in the red zone, Salk, like to score in the red zone, it's hard. It's hard to do. And I've talked to a lot of coaches about this. And your buddy Sark, actually, a couple years ago, said, I did like a 3-year study studying these teams that were best in the red zone in college football of scoring touchdowns. And it was really clear, the old adage, you got to be able to run the ball, move people, 100%. But one of the biggest indicators was having a quarterback that can create. Because more often than not, field condensed, windows tighten, things aren't there. So what do you have to do? You have to extend the play. You got to be able to create. And, in those at-bats, and you get in those moments and you fall behind, or you get to 0-2 or 0-1, or you watch a fastball down the it's okay.
No, I see. I think there's some relevance there. Yeah, I think that both of those.
And Polanco's able to do that. I think Naylor's able to do that a little bit more. I think Cal's able to do that a little bit more. There's more tools in their tool bag.
It's funny because in so many ways, I think the running quarterback gets labeled as more the athlete in that spot, and Julio is just such a great athlete that it's hard to see the comp right away. But I think you make a good point. Here's the last thing about Julio, and he's on fire right now.
Yes.
I mean, like,
he won any of those 2 Atlanta games.
He
we talked
won
on Monday.
those games. Yeah, I mean, and anyone who's writing in say, "Oh, Salk, you're just hating on Julio," couldn't be farther from the case. I don't think there's been many people who have defended Julio the way I have when in times of great distress for him.
Julio's unbelievable between the 20s.
What he's been doing has been remarkable, and he has won them games over and over again. Yes. But maybe that's why it stood out, because I've not been on the Julio's not clutch bandwagon. I've really tried to stay away from that. In fact, Brock, it's been a point of friction between you and me. Like, we've argued about this in the past.
Yeah.
Last night, for whatever reason, got me. And Lyle, you said it's not getting you as much because Julio's been so hot. I get that. For me, it actually kind of accentuated it more of as good as he's looked for the last few weeks. And he's been remarkably good. Why does that go away in some of these enormous at-bats very late? Yes, he's had some good at-bats in the 7th. He's not, it's not like, every time he gets up there in a big spot, it's a disaster. But they're just, the quality of the at-bat has just simply not been the same as it is for him the rest of the time. And right now he's on fire. So I don't know. Maybe I'm making too much of it today because, look, they won, and I'm excited about that. And they've won 5 in a row, and you get the Angels coming to town. Yep. This is just an opportunity to try to see what you can
as well. So you know how this is going to go in Houston. You know how this is going to go against the Dodgers. You know how it's going to go in this race. There's going to be compelling, unbelievable theater. There's going to be big moments. You keep saying it, and you're right. Eugenio is going to have a couple.
Of course,
he's going to run into a couple. And that too will be an amazing celebration because the dudes love him like they love everybody else. But you just would like to see Julio, for his sake, be the one that is out there getting the water thrown on him.
It would be so fun because he's the best player, and you're waiting for those moments like the one against Atlanta, like the one He's had a couple in his career. It's not like he's had none. There was one in Houston. Like, he's had some big moments, but it's been a while, and I think people are just kind of waiting to feel that again. I think he is as well. Here's one other piece of good news in there. There is no one, and Brock, you mentioned that the guys do this as a whole. There's no one happier for his teammates when they succeed than Julio Rodriguez.
100%.
There may be people as happy, but there is no one in the world happier for their teammates and for the team when they succeed than Julio Rodriguez. It is a lovely quality of his. It really is. I mean, it speaks to who he is.
It's truly childlike.
In the best way.
Yes. Just like a childlike. Did he care that he struck out in those 2 moments? No. You would never have known that. If you watch those guys just run out of that dugout.
I'm sure he cared. I don't want to I'm not trying to mince words, but he cared. I mean, he cares.
He wanted to deliver.
He wants to.
Does. But he does not let his own failure get in any way of the joy and the celebration and the happiness for the people around him. And that's pretty unique, man. That's not that is not always a basketball or a football or a golf or a track or one of those traits. It's a trait of really good baseball
maybe
teams.
Because of that is one of the reasons I'm rooting so hard for him to figure this out in these big moments. I think he will. I still actually have a tremendous amount of faith that right now Julio's 24, almost 25. I know that's no longer like 21-year-old Julio. Like, he's starting to get into the age where you got to figure this stuff out. I still have faith that he will. I still have faith that there are some big moments ahead of him, maybe even this year. But I also, at the same time, if I'm Dan and Manny Acta and the rest of that crew, I am probably having a conversation about what I want my lineup to look to make sure Cal gets at bats in the big spots, because it doesn't matter what I think about Julio. Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter what you think or anyone else out there. The opposing managers right now are saying, I want that guy to up in a big spot instead of Cal. It's not about what we're saying. It's about what they're saying. They're demonstrating it very clearly as they walk Cal Raleigh. You've got to punish them when they do that. And earlier in games, I feel like Julio's done that. Late in games is Naylor, as you mentioned, Randy is a possibility. I don't know who the best person is to hit behind Cal, but it's something you got to take very seriously, because the opposing managers are telling you, even the bad ones, like this guy in St. Louis, I don't know what his team is doing. Even the bad ones are telling you that that's their strategy, and you got to find a way to make it not work for them.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88, powered by Xfinity.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Heward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, 3 good football questions, Brock. Let's start here. After watching the All-22, who are you want to apologize to?
Yes, yeah. I'll give a little an overreaction in the moment. I think you even texted
I'm going to guess. Oh, you texted this? I missed it.
No. I didn't text you last night. On Sunday, day of the game, it was part of our text chain.
I think you're going to say Ken Walker.
No.
Okay.
Nope, I'm going to say Jalen Milroe. I thought in real time it was a very hesitant run. Mike McDonald was asked about it yesterday and kind of talked about he did the right thing. We call it Mustang left laser, right? And there's a dual read to it. You can throw the little bubble to the back that's coming out of the backfield, Salk, but based on their alignment defensively, if they don't adjust or if they're too high and 3/2 when that running back then bounces out, you don't throw it. So he could have taken that snap and thrown the little bubble. He was able to process and see, they're 2/2, safety's over the top. It's a box that we can run into, right? We can account for everybody. I got the extra blocker with the running back next to me. I got the guys up front. This should be a play that we get a hat on a hat. Okay. And it was a play that, unfortunately, Zabel gets no movement, and Fred Warner is just... You watch the All-22, Salk? And DJ said it to us on Tuesday. Fred Warner is a freak show. I mean, he just plays like the Madden game got different speed levels for guys. Like, he just plays at a different ferocity. D. Winters also triggered really fast. But KJ Wright down there in San Francisco, he knows it. He's got in Fred Warner, if not the best linebacker in all of football, right there with anybody else, because he absolutely flies. And he triggered on that one and just stuffed the hole, and there really was nowhere to go. So I was kind of harsh. Thought he was a little bit tentative. Thought maybe that's why he didn't get another snap. He actually read it right, and there just was not much room to run.
Well,
so
good. Well,
I
hopefully there'll be
apologize
more
to him.
opportunities for him because I thought that was pretty cool to see him so early in the game. Here's question 2. So as much as everyone's been talking about the Steeler offense, which put up 34 points, their defense gave up 32 to the Jets. How do you take advantage this week?
Yeah, Hawkblogger tweeted this out yesterday. Almost 230 yards of offense. Just as much as the Seahawks had in the entirety of the game, the Jets got on first down. And Mike, once again, with us on Monday, you asked about a number, a sustainable number on third downs. What are you looking at? And he's like, it's not really built that way. We don't really operate that way. We want to be efficient on the early downs. And man, the Jets and Justin Fields and the entire offense, 229 yards on first down. How did that compare to the Seahawks effort against the 49ers? I went back and looked at all of those plays, 23 of their plays. So almost half their plays were first down plays, 104 yards.
Wow.
And that was with like a 25-yard pass to JSN early in the game, if you remember that, or 20-yarder where he was just kind of wide open over the middle versus a soft zone defense. A lot of zeros, a couple negatives. Those things they just can't happen. We know that. We know this team and the way they're built, and Sam and their personnel and their tight ends and their fullback and their running backs being third and manageable. And they'll be willing to run it. They did in the preseason on 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4. But you can't be in those 3rd and plus passing situations, just not built to handle it, and not in that building with that noise either.
All right, question number 3. What do Tyrese Knight and Reek Woolen have in common?
Yeah, the word that I keep coming back to, because you played the sound of Reek, and Coach also talked about Tyrese, and Drake is pushing him, and Drake plays with his hair on fire. See, the thing about both those guys is they've got backups, Salk, that don't have their traits. They don't have their God-given genetic skill sets. So you know what they've got to do? Scrap and claw and fight and be accountable and be urgent in every detail.
Sounds like
every detail.
Little David and Goliath situation.
A little David and Goliath, little Malcolm Gladwell there for you. Maura, did you say you had Richard Sherman talking about urgency? You got that?
Yeah, here you go.
This is pretty good from Sherman on this podcast.
Tariq Woolen back in the end zone. I thought when Brock Purdy sidearmed that thing to the back in the end zone, I thought, either he's throwing it away or this is a book. Like, this is going to be his 3rd pick of the day. And what happened was, it's one of those things, Mitchell, that you can't coach, and it's hard to explain to these to kids sometimes, the sense of urgency that it takes in the National Football League. When you want to be great, you have to, like, it's such a sense of urgency and a sense of desperation you got to play with. Like, when that ball's in the air, Mitchell, it's not like I'm going to wait for my food to get to my plate. I got to go hunt it. Mitchell, I can't wait for the ball to get to my hands. I'm on defense. He's not throwing the ball to me. I got to go get it.
Yeah.
Smart.
It is. And Sherman was one of the best at it. And Sherman was also one of the best pre-snap urgent players that understood, again, personnel groups, formations, leverage, studied, like knew what was coming at him, right? Had a tendency. He'd be in the batter's box, Salk, and no tendencies. And you know what? He'd be able to look, is this guy tipping pitches? Right? In any of the sports, that you study your basketball opponent and the moves that they want to get to and how they're going to get there and the sets they're going to get to and all of those things that matter. And in this case, for a Mike McDonald and the way that man is wired and the attention to detail that he requires and the amount of hours you spend talking ball, living ball, playing ball, Tyrese Knight and Reek Woolen, the urgency meters got to go up because the guys behind him, off the charts.
All right, that is today's Blue 88. It's rare that I use Richard Sherman as an example for the youth, but I will here because I think that is really, really good advice for any young player. Unfortunately, I think he's right. It's not really something that seems to be coachable. You can tell kids this over and over again, but I think, and Brock, you've mentioned this and seeing the differences in kids as you watch them grow up, like it's really hard to help to get them to understand how important that is. For whatever reason, that aggressiveness, that sense of urgency, and you see it. You see it on the ice with hockey. You see it on the basketball court. You see it in soccer. I mean, well, in sports, but you see it. You see it all the time.
And in this case, he is right. I would also say, though, I'd lean in this case, Salk, a little more into this. Isn't like once the snap happens, Tyrese Knight will come up and smack you, and he is aggressive. And once the play happens, Woolen has shown it.
But it's in all ways. I mean, like it's in
discipline.
The preparation, it's in the play, like it's everywhere.
Yes, it is, and it's in just goodness gracious the discipline that it takes to play this game at a really high level. When 2 or 3 or 4 plays out of 70 can define the outcome of it, man, you just got to be so locked in, and it's difficult to do.
All right. Hey, Hawks Live is back. You can join Bump tonight with Ray Roberts starting at 7 o'clock, Bellevue Square Center Court, for a live broadcast and a preview of this week's game versus Steelers. And you know who's going to be there? Torrey Horton. Torrey Horton's going to be there. How about that? That's tonight, 7 o'clock, Bellevue Square's Center Court. Learn more at seattlesports.com/events. Adam Amin is calling the Seahawks game. We'll chat with him coming up at 8:30 this morning. He's also a baseball guy, so we can talk some baseball with him as well. Stick around for that in a little over a half hour. Up next, here's the thing. We'll see if it improved. Morris said it was a little dicey early this morning, but Morris not always the best judge on this, so we'll see where it goes next on Brock and Salk.
The area of the team we were most curious about,
Wyman and Bob,
was the offense.
Every afternoon at 2.
I thought it was going to be closer to what it looked like against Kansas City with being able to run the ball.
It seemed awfully conservative, and I don't know if that's, hey, let's just dip our toe in the water and get our feet wet here. It just seemed like the play calling was very safe for the most part.
They're just not playing together right now.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, only on Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contrast. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. Are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, $15 per month equivalent required. New customer offer first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. At Bail Arm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bailarm.com today.
Hi, I'm Justin Shirley. We offer 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 24 months on new roofs. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF now. State Roofing and Exteriors. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
Your time is money. So why are you wasting it stuck in I-5 gridlock, TSA slowdowns, and SeaTac crowds? Isn't it time to travel smarter? Seaport Airlines offers high-frequency commuter shuttle service from Seattle's Boeing Field to Portland. Park for free next to our terminals. Check in 20 minutes before your departure. Get there faster without the hassles. Seaport Airlines. It's about time. Book today at flyseaportair.com.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
you
have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Do you have a car you want to sell, but you just don't want to go through all the hassle? With all the scams and security risks out there, more and more people just aren't comfortable selling their own car. So how do you get the most money for your used car without having to sell it yourself? Stacy here with the answer. It's Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Not only will they purchase your car and pay you right up front for it, but it gets way better. Once they resell your old car, they share half that profit with you. The question I get most from friends and colleagues is, well, what's the catch? How can they offer this? It's actually super simple. All the money they save by not traveling to buy cars at auctions, like purchase fees, shipping, and travel expenses, is what allows them to offer this. They'd rather share that money they save with you rather than outside vendors. They encourage you to shop around, but look, if Wayscar Ford can pay the same or more as competitors and then share half their profit with you once they resell your car, why would you sell your car anywhere else? They've already shared over $800,000 with their customers, and it's only at Wayscar Ford. WayscarFord.com. Check them out today, WayscarFord.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewart is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to do you on there.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It's kind of good, though.
Now, here are your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
Hello!
All right, Adam Amin coming up in 30. Buster Only is going to join us tomorrow at 7:30. So this is near the time that you tend to listen every day. Tomorrow at 7:30, Buster's going to come chat with us and break down this AL Red. You're basically looking at 3 teams for 2 spots, right? I mean, at this point, we've kind of gone through with the Red Sox and the Yankees and the Blue Jays and chasing the Tigers and that, but it's kind of 3 teams for 2 spots. We'll see how it breaks down over the last couple weeks, but there's just not room for the Mariners, the Rangers, and the Astros. So we'll see where it all heads. Kind of a fun way of looking at it here. I mean, at least simplifies things quite a bit.
And the Astros go down to Atlanta.
Okay.
The Rangers go up to Queens. Is that where Shea Stadium or the Mets City Field?
Queens.
Yep. And then they play each other before we see the Astros. So,
all right, so there you go. So that's kind of what to expect here. Angels are in town, and a good opportunity to go out. It's a nice day again today and watch the Mariners take on the Angels. I'm telling you, the home crowd does seem to help this team for whatever reason. Right now, though, let's hear what you guys have put together for Here's the Thing.
Brock Ewart doesn't just hate one kid.
I am so disappointed in Michael Salk.
You don't know what you're talking about. You're mindless. Love you, bye.
It's time for Brock and Salk's Here's the Thing.
Okay, here's the thing.
All right, we'll get right into it with a Brock.
So here's the thing. This is to Brock Ewart from Brock.
What's up, Brock?
You can do it at a trot. You can do it at a gallop. You can do it real slow so your heart won't palpitate. Just don't be late. Do the
Good job, B-Rock. And Maura made her first time. Maura, you should have told me. You could have parked on my parents' front yard. They would have hosted you.
Yeah.
Mom and Dad would have loved to have met you and your wonderful fiance, your boyfriend, Chris.
Easy. We just decided that day. I didn't know. Yeah, I would love to meet your family.
Gosh, you should let me know. You would love Grandma Peg. Don't you think Maura and Peg would be
Everyone
two
loves
peas
Grandma
in a
Peg.
pod?
She's great. What's not to love?
Not everybody does.
Really? I think everyone loves Grandma Peg.
Yes.
Here's Josh.
Here's the thing.
There I was, dropping off my oldest for kindergarten, crying tears of both joy and sadness when this really stupid song comes on the radio about running a stupid football. Thanks for ruining a cherished family moment, Brock and Salk. You can't run the ball if you don't run the ball. It is kind of catchy, though.
It is kind of catchy.
Don't run the ball.
Was that, who did that, Zane?
Yeah.
Was Zane last week? The Wedding Crasher?
So that means he's dropping his kindergartner off right now.
Yeah.
Have a great day, kindergartner.
In University Place. Here's Aaron.
Is there
or Aaron?
water in University Place?
Is there water?
Is there water around University Place?
Yeah, why?
It's a shot at me, but I'll tell you what, that's his first day at kindergarten. Enjoy the next 18 years of misery in school.
Wow, Lyle. There wasn't anything, like any subject you enjoyed a little more? No?
PE was all right, and I took a lot of those classes because they were free A's.
Well, that's the funniest thing you said. That's funny. Here's Aaron.
Hey, man. This is Aaron from Briar. Here's the thing. I just got home from that 13-inning game last night, and it's 12:08. Right before the bottom of the 13th, I looked to my friends and said, wouldn't it be awesome if Rivas could just hit a home run and end this thing? What's he do? Sends us home, all happy. I just took some NyQuil in an attempt to calm myself down and go to sleep because I have to work in the morning, and I believe in the Etsy witch.
You ever a NyQuil guy, Saul?
No. I think I go.
I don't like the next day.
Yeah, you go Xanax for that if you can.
Oh, if I have a cold, I take NyQuil because if I can't breathe out of my nose, I can't sleep.
I think I was quoting Dennis Leary yesterday. He's got a great bit on NyQuil. That
Lyle,
big,
you ever a
giant
NyQuil
cube.
guy?
No, usually if I'm quote unquote sick, I just pretend like it doesn't exist, and I'm not actually
We've
sick.
actually witnessed that.
Yeah, we've seen that. Yeah.
So I
It's not
probably
pretty.
should.
What-
To answer your question,
what
I probably
about if you
should
actually need to get to bed, not take sickness out of it? What do you just want? You have to sleep. You got a long flight. You got to get to
Tylenol
bed.
PM, anything? No help, no sleep aid.
Melatonin,
on a flight or just in general?
Ambien. What's your drug of
Just
choice?
whenever you need to sleep.
I don't really take sleep meds. I don't know.
All right.
Now, here's Alex.
Here's the thing. So, we expect you to remember what you say from one week to the next. Brock was so right to call you out. You absolutely said Jalen Hurts, opening play, opening
I know what I
series.
said.
That's
I know.
what we heard.
Wait, Jalen
That's
Hurts?
Maybe not what you meant because you
Jalen
remembered something
Hurts?
different, but that's what you asked.
I didn't say Jalen Hurts, Alex.
Oh, Alex got it wrong. Jalen Milrow.
I didn't say Jalen Hurts, Alexei. Alexis. Alec. Let's get it right. It's about correctness.
So you did say first place.
Smart Alex.
Yes, he knew what he was doing. Yes.
Here's Wydell.
Here's the thing. Dr. Frankenstein here. I was watching the Seahawks. I noticed that our quarterback had a little trouble holding on to the football late in the game. Maybe due to his small hands. Well, I have a perfect solution and have the expertise to perform a procedure that could help Mr. Donald. I just need the assistance of your colleague, Maura Dooley, and her extra long appendages. Yes, with those hands, he could probably wrap around the football twice. So, Maura, you'd come and step into my laboratory. We could really use your help.
What of that, More? Are you willing to sacrifice and switch hands with Sam Darnold in order to help the team?
Do you think mine would be smaller then?
I think your fingers are bigger than Sam Darnold's.
See, when they measure, you understand when they measure for football,
Right.
Salky.
I know.
They go from thumb
Yeah.
out to pinky.
Right.
I don't know if Maura's that long there, is she?
No, we did this after the
Yes.
combine. We did this. Salk's
Right.
were longer than mine, but I think
Yeah.
we realized that mine from like
Yeah, it's because she has a small palm.
Yes.
yeah,
Well, no
the
one
base
said-
of like mine from like the base of my fingers to the top were way longer.
But
than
he's not.
his.
He didn't, if Dr. Frankenstein there, or Dr. Frank, as I'm starting to call him these days, he wasn't offering to take off the whole hand. He was just going
No.
to take off the appendages. So, finger for finger, think what Darnold could do with
Ow.
her fingers on his palm.
And throw in a couple of your second toes, too.
Just
Glue
for
those
fun.
suckers on there.
This is Colin from Tacoma. Brock, I think that altitude is getting to you. You've had a couple all-time quotes in the last 2 weeks. Last week, favorite quote, maybe Brock Ewert of all time, in referring to the Puyallup Fair, wanted everyone to know that it was at one time the 7th largest fair in the world.
Yes.
Thank you, Brock. That's beautiful. And then this week,
true.
you really outdid yourself. Somehow, in referring to Julio's bat taking off, you referred to Tungus and someone's neck boil, and then lancing that neck boil is somehow analogous to Julio's bat? I'm so confused. I think you are too. I think everyone is.
It's a release. It was a release of frustration.
Yeah, I don't know whether you needed to go all the way down to the lancing of the boil, though. I thought that was too much. I think we can all agree on that.
Probably.
Here's Dion.
So here's the thing. Julio, I think that's how it went. My man's on the roll. He's hot. The Mariners are back to what they do best, winning at home. We just got to figure out how to win on the road. But I got faith in this team. Let's go. I will say, though, please stop having close games with these terrible teams. I have a job that requires me to get up at 4:30 a.m., and I'd really love to be able to go to sleep with the score being 6-0 or something like that in my favor. Still have faith, though. Go Ants.
I think I could have left that message.
Yeah, we feel you on the having to get up.
I'm right there with you
on
on the Cardinals being a terrible team. I'm right there with you on ending that sucker a little early and on waking up at 4:30. Who do you think wins a game of baseball right now, Brock? The St. Louis Cardinals or the Arizona Cardinals? The Arizona Cardinals have Kyler Murray. He's probably better than any team on the St. Louis Cardinals, or any player on the St. Louis Cardinals.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
I bet you I think they'd be better managed.
How about that guy when he realized he screwed up, and then he kind of still lollygagged it?
The whole thing was awful. The first time he started like pounding his thighs, what was that? And then he screwed up again. Like, dude, what is going on at second base? That was hideous.
Bad processor.
Lloyd McClendon would not have been happy. He would have walked that guy all the way around the bases and shown him what to do at each base. We'll finish with Zane.
Good morning, Boo. I didn't have time to leave a note.
Oh, you didn't say what this was. Sorry.
I'm sorry.
He makes them so long, I cut off his whole introduction. He says he intercepted a voice memo from me to my boyfriend.
Oh, okay. Intercepted. Impressive. If only Reed could have done that.
Good morning, Boo. I didn't have time to leave a note this morning, so I'm sending you a voice memo. So, let me turn the music down. I'm listening to Stupid Rush this morning because I'm trying to bond with Salk by listening to his favorite band. He said they explore a bunch of interesting themes and whatnot, but all I hear is songs about time travel and temples and crap, a bunch of guitar noodling, like grow up, Salk. Anyhow, Boo, I was hoping you did the laundry last night after adding what you wanted to wash. If only they invented this place where you could stash your laundry in between the time you've worn it and the time you want to wash it. Oh, yeah, they did. It's called a hamper. A hamper, Chris. Oh, I'm sorry, Boo. Super frustrated at losing every single fantasy matchup last week because I started Ken Walker on every team. Have you seen Ken Walker? Yeah, I saw him suck at no less than 10 fantasy football matchups. It's ridiculous. Okay, sweetie pants, gotta run. They call me the working woman. They call me the working woman.
My voice is shrill.
Well, yeah. That's a good Rush reference at the end. Don't worry, Maura. 253's got your back. It says, dang, those fingers look like the Grinch.
Great.
What do you call Chris?
She said boo.
Yeah.
It is Boo?
She says boo. Yeah, that's, I mean, he nailed it. And babe. I know.
Just happened.
Boo and babe. Maura, you just don't strike me.
I call my dog Boo sometimes too. I guess.
What's he call you?
Strike me as a boo or a babe
What's
person.
What's he call you?
Same.
Grinch.
I told you deer
spider
when
fingers.
he's annoyed.
Deer?
No,
Boo?
deer is when I can tell that he's like, oh,
Yes,
sure,
dear.
yes, dear.
I think you gotta be married to call someone dear. I gotta tell you, I don't think you can call someone dear if you're not married. We're super late. We gotta run to break. We'll come back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know, and then Adam Amin in about 20 minutes. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Hawks Live.
Touchdown!
Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square's center court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer with this week's guest, Seahawks rookie receiver Torrey Horton.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Well, the fall, it is right around the corner, and we know it is a great time to reset your workouts, enjoy a bunch of football, and do those workouts on some new stuff. And Top Fitness, well, they got some great deals going on right now. Hey, Brock Ewart here. In working out in your own home gym, I've told you guys this for like a decade. It's the very best. No slogging to and from the gym. Just go up to your own shower after you're done working out. You know what? And in that home gym, from flooring to everything that goes in it, treadmills, elliptical, strength training systems, Top Fitness, they provide it all. They represent the very best brands available, like Washington's own Precor, the company that created the elliptical, and Inspire Fitness, the leader in strength training machines, along with many others. Give Top Fitness your room dimensions, and you know what? They'll do the rest. They'll give you a complete fitness room design. Right now, get 0% interest financing and mention you heard it from me, and another $100 comes off any new treadmill or home gym. No secret that everyone from personal trainers to pro athletes love Top Fitness. They got locations up in Tukwila, Linwood, and in Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
Lowe's knows you've got a job to do, and we help get it done. With the MyLowe's Pro Rewards program, eligible members save more with volume discounts on qualifying orders through a quote of $2,000 or more. Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer can't be combined with any other discount, contract, and/or special pricing. Exclusions, more terms, and restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Northwest homeowners, when it comes to your roof, you need a name you can trust. Techline Roofing has proudly served the Seattle area for years, delivering exceptional results and lasting security. Choose Techline Roofing. Your trust is our foundation. Trust Techline.
At West Hills Autoplex, we thoroughly inspect and prepare every used car to be like new. Because to you, it is new. We also pay you top dollar for your vehicle. So there's no better place to give your old car a new story. Auto Center Way exit, Highway 3 Bremerton.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath.
High five.
You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years of gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked.
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years.
Woo!
The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Get rid of stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin with ProSculpt, the simple one-day permanent fat reduction and skin tightening treatment. Book your free consultation at prosculpt.com.
It's G. Scott. School's back, and it's rally time. Time to rally around the campaign to keep kids healthy. Kids need fruits and veggies to grow strong and stay focused, but for families on tight budgets, that's not easy. Safeway and the Washington State Department of Health have teamed up and need your help. Every dollar you donate at Safeway checkout helps families in need. And with SNAP Produce Match, they get twice as much for the dollar. Next time you're at Safeway, please donate to keep kids healthy.
Hey, it's John Curley with some great news. If your home's heating or cooling is uneven, noisy, or expensive, listen up. The Quilt Ductless Heat Pump System from Home Comfort Alliance is changing the game. It gives you room-by-room control and next-gen efficiency, so you're only heating where you need it. That means real comfort and real savings. And every Quilt system qualifies for max tax credits. Trusted for 50 years. Call the comfort people today at homecomfortalliance.com.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and I can see clearly now. It's amazing. Let me tell you about one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. That's when I went to K2 Vision for Refractive Lens Exchange, or RLE. Dr. Kopstein started K2 Vision with Dr. King from King LASIK, the most experienced LASIK surgeon in the Northwest. King LASIK plus K2 Vision equals freedom vision for every stage of life. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. So if you're somebody that struggles with distance vision and now you always need a pair of reading glasses, K2 Vision RLE could be your perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the capper. You're never going to develop a cataract. I'm somebody that needed readers in every room of the house. I needed to see the scoreboard out at ball games. I just couldn't see clearly. That has all changed thanks to RLE. Whether it's LASIK, EVO ICL, or RLE, trust the most experienced team of doctors to point you in the right direction. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at K2VisionRLE.com. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, if you were getting frustrated last night, you probably weren't alone. Thankfully, the Mariners had enough patience, and they waited it out, and allowed the Cardinals to make a whole bunch of mistakes. And finally, in the 13th, who'd be the hero? Oh, of course, little Leo Rivas.
Here's the stretch. And the pitch on the way to Leo. Not Buddy. Swinging. Fly ball. Deep right field down the line. Walk it off. Leo Rivas. A walk-off two-run home run. Goodbye. Baseball. The Mariners sweep the Cardinals in the three-game series. They have won 5 in a row. A walk-off home run. A two-run shot by Leo Rivas. The Mariners win it 4-2 in 13 innings. Leo getting mobbed at home plate.
Yeah, small ball, fine. You know what else is cool? Just hitting a dinger in the 13th. That's exactly what Rivas did last night. A huge moment. He said ahead of time that he was actually getting ready to bunt in the cage.
Yeah, every time. Even I was practicing bunting in the cage though. While they were on defense, I was trying my bunting. All right, let's see. And then they told me, yeah, hey, you gotta swing, just move him over.
Yeah, and Lyle was upset too. He really felt like that was a bunting situation, but unfortunately for Lyle, Leo decided to swing away.
It's like Kent Murphy always said, don't ever bleep and bunt.
Who said that?
It's not in your guys' generation. You guys don't know Kent Murphy. He was a YouTube baseball legend back when I was in middle school and high school.
It's really too bad.
He basically invented analytics, if I'm going to be honest.
How about that
Hit
first
dingers
baseman?
and don't bunt.
By the way, how about the first baseman basically in the right-hander's batter's box? When Cole Taylor, and even screaming down the line when Rivas like, are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, there was some odd stuff there, man.
Some amazing bullpen work, though.
Yep.
Holy smokes.
Yep,
Logan only able to go 4 2/3, right? Ran up the pitch count. Just couldn't find, as Dave Alley said, just couldn't find that release point consistently. And, well, the bullpen picked him up. And that's what great teams do, man. Pick each other up. And this team right now at home, the best team since the All-Star game in all of baseball.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Astros win, Rangers win, so no real changes at the top of the standings.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Yeah, Seahawks rather in an interesting spot. They got a couple of injuries all of a sudden that are at least concerning, and I don't think anybody really saw these coming. But you look at the report yesterday, both Devin Witherspoon and Julian Love non-participants in practice.
Yeah, Salky, and we were looking at the old depth chart before the show started, and yikes. Eman Wari definitely out this week. The determination of whether to put him on the IR is still TBD. So you're down your big nickel.
Mm-hmm.
Spoon is your nickel. There's nobody listed on the depth chart behind him at nickel. Safety-wise, you have Finley already on the IR. There's really nobody other than Ty Okada if you're going to move Kobe Bryant to nickel or what. there's going to have to be some movement if this doesn't improve. And it's my understanding this isn't just a Wednesday, I didn't feel great, let me take Wednesday off. This is a legitimate, are they going to be able to practice this week kind of concern heading into Sunday.
Well, that does not sound
No, it's not great.
It's
not great news.
To be honest with you. So
great.
we'll see where that goes. We'll also see what it means for Reek Woolen, because Mike McDonald was not exactly high on his job.
Is Reek going to start this week? We'll see. We'll see.
Sounds a lot like no, but we'll see, I guess. Maybe the we'll see has to do with Devin Witherspoon and Julian Love and exactly what their health 100%. Looks like by Sunday.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Before you get there, really good Thursday night game. You looking forward to this one, Brock? Washington, Green Bay?
I am. Washington didn't do as much offensively last week. Jaden was fine. He was fine. He still ran for 60 yards and threw for 210 or whatever. But I will be really curious with this league if Cliff Kingsbury can continue to evolve Jaden's game and they can continue to do a little more. And yeah, and this defense in that building,
I know.
We've seen it with the Seahawks. That's a tough place to play. This is one of those games early in the season on a Thursday night that builds narratives. This is one of those games, if Jaden goes in there and has 300 yards and runs all over the place and beats the Packers, he becomes a real front runner for the MVP of this league kind of conversation.
That's really interesting. All right, there you go. Also, by the way, Brock Purdy going to miss 2 to 5 weeks with turf toe, or at least a turf toe variant. I didn't know turf toe had variants.
They tried to put this like steel-plated insole into your cleat to make it feel better.
It doesn't sound like it would feel better.
Nothing makes it feel better. It feels like you have a knife stuck right in the joint of your big toe.
Jeez, no thank you.
It is awful.
That sounds awful. Yeah, I'm out on that. All right, that's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Sunday's game is going to be called by Mark Sanchez and Adam Amin, both great guests. We've had both on a number
Sanchez
of times.
Monday, by the way. He's going to join us
really?
Monday at like 7:30. Yeah.
Oh,
he
awesome.
felt.
He's got a new show. Did you see that?
I did. Something about riding in the car with them and talking to guys and driving.
I guess we'll find out more. I was going to ask Adam about it, but ultimately I'd love to hear from Mark about it. You know how much I love this team. They are like my favorite broadcast team right now. I mean, after Joel Klatt, obviously. Right. They're next in line. No, but I love them. I think they both do a great job, and we'll talk to Adam and see what he's seeing next on Brock and Salk.
One game back.
Pitch on the way to Leo. Not Buddy swinging. Fly ball. Deep right field down the line. Walk it off. Leo Rivas.
On a 5-game win streak and just a game back of Houston in the AL West.
It's there to be had. It's right there.
Crazy what a couple weeks can do for you because you see the potential.
It's the Mariners' push to the playoffs.
Matt Brash strikes out the side.
And it's only on Seattle Sports on 710 in the Seattle Sports app.
All right, guys. Luxury awaits at the new Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. It's really the hotel that's new, and it is unbelievable. You got to go to snocasino.com to book. The rooms are fantastic. The spa, the pool, the new restaurant. It's this amazing sports bar. It's got a whole indoor-outdoor thing with tons of TVs and great food as well. New 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center. I've seen it. It's going to be a great spot for concerts. Again, go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims like Sean, who was rear-ended in a car accident.
They're just easy to work with. They're fast. I like the fact that he had military service. I can see a lot of Marine in Rob. He's very in charge, really gets things done. But I didn't have to do anything. He offered me a settlement, had a number in my head, was nearly double that. I would refer absolutely anybody to Rob.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested. Benny's!
Hey, it's Kirk Herbstreit. On game day, great prep makes all the difference. Same goes for your pizza. That's why I go with Frigidaire's Stone-Baked Pizza Oven. Fresh pizzas go from dough to done in just 2 minutes.
Whether you're throwing a party or squeezing in dinner between plays, this oven delivers hot, crispy, restaurant-quality pizza right from your kitchen. Only from Frigidaire. Game-ready pizza. Get it today at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Whoa! Jason Kelsey just found out that NFL Sunday Ticket now lets you subscribe month to month.
Yeah!
He just realized you can join and cancel anytime. now that's what I'm talking about. Now he just found $1 in the sofa. Yeah! And he just saw a great parking spot open up. Look, just because Jason's easily excited doesn't make NFL Sunday Ticket month to month any less great. Right, Jason? Yeah. Get NFL Sunday Ticket month to month and cancel anytime. Sign up at NFLSundayTicket.com. Renews every month during the 2025 regular season. Cancel anytime. Terms and embargoes apply. No refunds. Commercial use excluded.
Hey, man. Gaining weight? Dragging throughout the day? Losing your drive? It could be your testosterone. The team at Revive Men's Health Washington gets men back on track with the energy and drive they've been missing. Meet Tyler, Revive Men's Health Director of Operations, and witness to hundreds of success stories.
I've seen guys come in worn out, discouraged, and just not themselves. A few months into treatment, they're standing taller, speaking with more confidence. It's like watching someone come back to life, like a light switch gets turned back on. When a spouse says, "Thank you, I really have my partner back, better than before." That's the moment it all clicks for me, and that's why I do what I do.
Since 2011, Revive Men's Health has helped more than 120,000 men regain their energy and drive. Start your story today with an in-clinic visit or a secure video appointment. Call 206-529-1111 now to book your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation. That's 206-529-1111 or schedule anytime at revivemenshealth.com.
Is your car road trip ready? Don't get stranded. Get to Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Bucky's has been preparing cars, trucks, and SUVs for safe, worry-free travel for over 50 years. We take care of your car with experience and good old-fashioned customer service. For all your oil changes, brakes, AC charging, and factory maintenance, choose Bucky's. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Visit Bucky's.com. Bucky's, where your car feels right at home.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Seahawks are in the early window on Sunday as they play in Pittsburgh. So a 10 a.m. start here locally. And they'll be on Fox. Adam Amin will have the call with Mark Sanchez. And he's kind enough to join us right now. Good morning, Adam. How are you?
Morning, boys. How you doing?
Oh, even better. We got Adam on video. Oh, this is just tremendous. Man. Oh, look at that. So, there you are.
A whole thing.
What hotel room and what city are you in today?
The Westin in Cleveland, Ohio for about the next 3 hours, and then headed to Progressive Field doing Guardians Royals tonight in a little bit of a wild card chase, and then it's in a car and off to Pittsburgh.
they still in the wild card? I mean, it's so funny. Like we were worried about them a week ago, and it just feels like no one really wants to win this wild card or the AL West. But do you think either of them are truly in it, or is this a 3 teams for 2 spots with the 2 Texas teams in Seattle?
That's what it feels like to me. It still feels like, it should be Yankees, Red Sox, and then Seattle and Texas are fighting for these last spots. I mean, listen, Texas came out of nowhere. Even some of their own players were surprised with how well they've played over the last 25 days or so. One of the better records, probably the best record actually in baseball over the last few weeks. But they're still a little bit surprised by how it's going. Their pitching has improved certainly. That their offense would probably come around with some of the young players that we've seen better things from. But yeah, they're right in the thick of it. I still feel like if Seattle gets in, they're the team that people don't want to face. Because of, when you have 2 or 3 big bats in a lineup, that's what really scares teams come playoff time, as long as they're hot. That's obviously the other thing, as long as the bats are hot. And I have confidence in Seattle's pitching to get through a wild card series and to try to get into the division series. And hopefully we run into them at some point for Seattle.
So we'll talk, obviously, a bunch of Seahawks Steelers, you and Christina Pink and Sanchez on that broadcast Sunday morning.
Yep.
But handicap the race, and not just Texas, Seattle for the wild card. We're really looking up at Houston 1 game back. The Mariners will play in Houston next week. If it's Houston, Texas, Seattle, and 2 of those 3 make it, who are the 2?
I still lean towards Houston and Seattle, just in terms of quality play and consistency play. I still feel like these are the more consistent teams. I think Texas hit a really good hot streak, but I don't know if they can maintain it the way they did these last couple of weeks for the final 2.5 weeks of the season. I feel like the consistency for Houston and Seattle has been there throughout the year, even if there's been some slides. I mean, we could end up seeing what are we looking at here potentially? Houston Yankees. Or I guess it'd be Houston, Seattle potentially in a wild card series. I could see that Red Sox, Yankees in another series. So 2 real divisional matchups in the wild card. I feel good about seeing those 4 teams together. I would lean on New York and Houston probably if I just had to say, all right, well, who are the teams that you trust the most this time of year? Because like I said, teams like the Dodgers, if they stay hot, they're going to win. If the best teams, if they stay hot, are going to win. I feel like Houston's still been one of the better teams, top to bottom in the American League, despite some of the struggles over the course of the year. I think they had a lot of trouble finding their personnel correctly, filling in for Bregman. Once they got Correa back and moved him over to third base, I feel like they played a lot better. Those are the teams I trust the most. Seattle's the team I would not want to face in a playoff series.
It's funny. I mean, first of all, I'm impressed you even have an answer to that question because this league has changed every 3 or 4 days. Every team that's hot gets unhot. The Brewers just get sweat.
Yeah.
I mean, good luck trying to figure out this league. I'm glad I'm not a professional gambler or something like that because I think baseball would have destroyed me this year. But it's interesting that you lean Red Sox, that you lean Yankees and Astros. Of those 4 teams, they've kind of been the to use Cowherd's term, the noisiest. Like there's just a lot going on with them. The Astros are throwing at each other. The Yankees are having their own problems and trying to figure out their pitching. And the Red Sox seem like, hey, since Devers is gone, they're pretty quiet and they got each other's back. And the Mariners, they've had their ups and downs and big wins and big losses, but they haven't been noisy. They've been really, really tight and connected. But maybe just talent wins in the long run, or maybe just having done it before?
I feel like the done it before factor in this portion of the season just seems to rear its head more often than not in Major League Baseball. Just the teams that seem like they have a baseline to work off of when unexpected bounces take place in a playoff series. And again, in a 2 out of 3 especially, let alone a 3 out of 5, anything can happen, right? One bounce goes the wrong way, one pitcher has a bad outing, one offense, lights it up for one day. All of a sudden, you're looking at a 1-0 series lead on the road. Like stuff like this happens in baseball playoffs, and it's impossible to predict because of the randomized nature of it when you get from 162 down to best of 3, 5, or 7. But I think I have a tendency to lean towards teams that have a foundational or have like a foundational arrangement for how they go about their business. I think Houston just has this. I think that's the reason Houston's even been alive most of this season. I thought we looked at the Astros at the beginning of the year and thought, no way. They lost Bregman. They lost a lot of firepower. Their pitching staff at times is up and down. They're dealing with injuries. Who knows, what Valdez is doing, what Javier is doing. All these guys got hurt. at one point or another. And yet you get to the midpoint of the season and like, all right, they've won 7 of the last 8 in this division. And here they are again, because the foundation that they're built on seems to come back into form at some point. And the longer stretches are what I have a tendency to look at in terms of consistency. And that's the reason. That's the only reason when it comes to, predictive nature of baseball. Like, that's the only thing I have to go off of is what level of consistency and what level of foundation have you built? Because otherwise it is just a randomization. It is which offense is the hottest. It is, did your ace pitch like an ace on that given day? And again, when it's 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 5, the randomization just seems to kick in a little bit more. So all I have to go off of is that consistency.
I'm wearing my baseball sweatshirt, baseball hat. This is my very last question, I promise. Adam Amin with us. You'll hear his voice Sunday morning.
And we got to get to the Seahawks
and the Steelers on
point.
Fox. Yeah, we will. Just kind of fun question, just fun radio question. Who's your favorite Mariner? I know you cover the league and you do all the games. Like, who's just your favorite Seattle Mariner right now?
The obvious answer is Cal, but I really love Bryan Woo. I think he's one of the great stories in baseball this year. Like I said, Cal's my favorite player. Cal's one of my favorite players. I grew up as a catcher. I loved catchers who could hit. I just admired them. I just thought the way you handle a pitching staff and if you can contribute offensively the way he has, he's one of my 5 favorite players in Major League Baseball. But in terms of if you're looking at away from the obvious answer, I think Bryan Woo's been one of the great stories. I think he's a kind of a microcosm of what Seattle is with its pitching, where he can go out and be dominant. He can go out and pitch to contact. He can let his defense do work. I've just been really impressed, I think, over the course of the year with what Bryan did. He was a deserved all-star, and I really enjoyed kind of tracking his story. And I've said this to friends of mine up in Seattle. I have not called a game at T-Mobile Park. It's one of like the 3 or 4 Major League Baseball ballparks I haven't had a chance to call a game, and I am desperate to try to get to Seattle. So if the Mariners make it through to the division series, I'll be very, very happy because I get the sense we might run into them.
Well, that'd be good, and we will we'll host you here for sure and have you come in and hang out, and
Absolutely.
that'd be awesome. In the meantime, you'll be in Pittsburgh, as you said, for the Seahawks and Steelers. You mentioned stories. What storylines are you looking at for this one?
I want to see, well, first off, who's playing on the back end for this Seattle team, because DK, I imagine DK has a bit of a chip on his shoulder when it comes to a matchup like this. It's impossible not to. Aaron Rodgers said as much last week when they beat the Jets. I was very happy to beat anybody associated with the Jets. And as much as we've been exposed to DK over the years as a pretty, kind, easygoing guy off the field, I get the feeling that there's going to be a little bit of a chip on the shoulder. So is it going to be Reek Woolen? Is it going to be Josh Jobe? Is it going to be Devin Witherspoon? Is he going to be healthy enough to play as he's kind of banged up with this knee injury? I think the outside matchups are probably the matchups that I get really excited for when you have the type of alpha matchups that I think we have on Sunday. So I am really excited to see the Rodgers-Metcalf combination against Seattle's back end. I want to see some improvement in Sam Darnold. I'm curious who's going to get more carries on Sunday. Is it going to be KW? Is it going to be Zach Charbonnet again? So we'll talk with Clint on Saturday morning as they prepare for the game, and I kind of want to know where his head's at in terms of trying to distribute some of these carries. Those are the couple things that have stuck out.
You go KW, not K9. Is that because you're professional?
You know what? I got to get used to Walker. I like K9 though. It's such a strong nickname, but it's Kenneth Walker the third, so I don't want to get. Right. I don't want to all of a sudden say Kenneth Walker the ninth. Yeah, I guess we'll chalk it up to professionalism. We'll chalk it up to professionalism.
Yes. Talk to me about how you do prep. I always find this fascinating, right? You're balancing and juggling balls, baseball and football, and you're on the road. How does an Adam Amin, once you get the assignment, I think you knew this a couple weeks ago, right? Your first 3 assignments, and you got Seattle at Pittsburgh week number 2. How does Adam Amin go into prepping so come 10 a.m. Pacific time, you're ready to kick it off?
I think, obviously we were very fortunate that we've had the chance to, cover the league for a long time. It's my 14th year covering the NFL in some capacity. So, we have enough of a database. We had a handful of Seahawks games the last couple of years. So at the very least, we can work off that. And then, of course, I go to my Sam Darnold file, right? You got to go to his Minnesota file. The last Seahawks game I happened to call was Minnesota-Seattle. So we're looking at Sam Darnold's profile, looking at Aaron Rodgers' profile. What has he done against the Seahawks? Obviously they played each other last year, Jets-Seahawks at MetLife, and the Seahawks came out on top in a really impressive win. and just try to find connections. You know how this works, Brock. Like, we're looking for connectivity to apply for the television viewing audience, right? I happened to call that Seahawks-Jets game, so I remember Leonard Williams, the 92-yard pick six. You know, we had that. So, of course, the first thing I text my producer this week, hey, don't forget, Leonard Williams, 92 yards last year against Rodgers. So that's like a nice little hook for us. But I think everything I do is organized into position groups. I want to be able to talk about a position group, wideouts, running backs, offensive line, DBs, linebackers, etc., in a storyline fashion. Hey, what are the headlines for this group? DBs right now, it's injuries. Like, who's going to play? That's first and foremost. Second, for the DBs, it's probably, well, what do we do to improve on some of the things that we saw in the second half, in particular last week? You know, the giving up the catch to Pearsall, the final drive and the final touchdown pass to Tonjes. What are some of the things that were missed? And usually you can get a pretty good idea of where a position group is, where they were, and where they kind of want to be. You know, take the old Jim Valvano line of thinking. Where are you, where are you, and where you want to be.
By the way, did you say Tonjes? Because
sure.
We've been. Are you sure? Are you 100%?
He may not know about
confident?
Tumgus, Brock. I'm not sure everyone knows Tumgus. He's
You know
a
what?
mercurial character.
I would love to know a little bit more on it. Yeah, we have San Francisco the next 2 weeks, so I'd like to know as much as possible.
Well,
maybe it's a West
he was a bear.
Coast
He was with the Bears, and we called him Tonjes when he was a practice.
Well, that's
player.
certainly his name, but this relates to a very old commercial series for AM/PM, which, as you know, their slogan is "Too much good stuff." Right. TMGS, and they created a character named Tumgus.
Yes.
Which sounds a lot like Tonjes, and he, you know,
so hot.
That's how he talks.
Tumgus, what are you doing?
Tumgus at Compliment Bar.
Mm-hmm.
It's a condiment bar.
No.
Anyway, yeah, that's the guy that.
Thank you for bringing that up again.
That was so hyper specific. I love that so much.
Yes. See, Salk, I know people. Yes. I know it's connective tissue, Salk. I know Amin. I knew that he would love that.
Yeah, but I don't think that's something he can use on the broadcast. Plus,
Well,
let's
okay.
be fair. He's got to do a broadcast, and so by law, he's got to spend 70% of the time talking about Aaron Rodgers. That's already
course.
written into the contract as a broadcaster doing this game. Do you think you'll be mentioning the name Aaron Rodgers or talking about his story at all?
I don't know. I don't know if I'm familiar just yet. We haven't really done the deep dive prep just yet, so not sure.
Have you done production interviews with him over the years? And
Yeah.
assuming you have. So, what do you make of Rodgers?
I think in the room he's actually great to deal with, because I do think with some of the I'm sure I think you guys used the word mercurial a moment ago. I think that actually might be a decent word to describe Aaron. Is somewhat mercurial at times. He's up and down. I'm sure everybody's mileage can vary a little bit based off of their consumption of him in the public eye. I'm sure I have my own opinions based on my public consumption of him in the public eye. But I think just sitting in a room talking ball, I always appreciate his candor. I think he is the type of person that's going to say, I think this corner is weak. I'm going to try to take advantage of him, and you'll know how to say that, right? Like I never want to take a shot at a defensive back or whatever that any quarterback might feel like they can take advantage of, but we want to be able to talk about that, and he's more liable to say those things. I think there is a do not care factor in a lot of ways with him. I think that comes with time and experience and probably some of his own personal dealings and personal experiences. But I've always found him to be a very fascinating individual to talk football in the quarterback position with.
Okay, so if Tongus and Tonjes and none of that matters come Sunday, and I know that Adam is busy. He's putting together his Guardian stuff for tonight,
Sure.
and maybe he didn't hear Mike McDonald's press conference yesterday, right? He's not as close to it as we are. Play cut number 7 for him along those lines of what corner to pick on. You obviously saw the injury report, Adam, but this was yesterday. McDonald asked about one Tariq Woolen, and this might be fairly telling for Sunday.
Is Reek going to start this week? We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. So not even injury aside to Spoon and to Julian that are real injuries from what I understand. You also have that situation. You covered the Seahawks last year. What was your vibe of Mike McDonald and his handle on some of the personnel and especially his defense?
I think the desire and even ability to be able to send a message goes a long way. We had, I want to say it was the Minnesota game late in the year, And, Reek Woolen was off the field for the first series of what ended up being and what was a crucial game for both teams in the middle of a playoff chase. And he came into the game later, but I think Mike is very or at least is trying to become very established in his attitude in how he wants his program to be run, how he wants guys to kind of fit into it. We were looking at Ben Johnson now here in Chicago, and from day one, you saw him try to kind of enact his will and say, hey, if the offense isn't good enough to be out there on the first series, get off the field. Give me the second guys. Give me the second string. And let me establish something and try to set a standard. I think that every coach is trying to do that. Every coach wants to do that. I'm sure every coach has to navigate how to do that properly with the level of personnel that they have. I know a lot of this is massaging and managing egos, and you have highly paid players who don't want to listen to something like that, or don't want to deal with something like that. You have younger players who maybe aren't used to that type of coaching. But I think Mike wants to establish an identity as a coach, not just as the type of team and personnel and blitz variances or coverage schemes that you want to put together. It's also an attitude. It's also an identity about how you want guys to fit into whatever culture you've created. And I think Mike is probably, as a young coach, trying to do a lot of that. Sean McVay tried to do a lot of that when he was starting to come up. So I think that's what it feels like to me from the outside looking in. That's what it sounded like to me, where he wants to create competition. And you guys have known this. Josh Jobe has played very well in a secondary role and wants to play bigger minutes, more snaps, wants to play against the high-level opponents. So he wants that opportunity, and Mike McDonald is basically opening the door for that in his own way.
Talking to Adam Amin, and it's hard to talk about this Seahawks team without going through all that they did in the offseason. I mean, they moved on from three of their, more established leaders and players in DK and Geno and Lockett. And it's funny how many different offshoots there are off of that conversation, because there's the leadership element, as all three were really Pete Carroll people who had grown up in the Pete Carroll world. There's the, changing the style of offense and bringing in a new coordinator at the same time. There's just the straight up Geno and Sam Darnold debate of where you want to be at the quarterback position. I guess it's a long way of setting up a general question of what did you make of what the Seahawks did this offseason?
I mean, I think Geno played great. Geno had a great run, and we talked. I talked to you guys about him last year, and I always had a great respect for how he went about his business and the kind of veteran leadership that he was able to develop in his time, turning into a starting quarterback over the 7 or 8 years, those 6-7 years. I think Sam had a phenomenal year last year, and I can understand why that was a fairly easy free agent to want to sign. I know what the questions were. How much of this is Kevin O'Connell? How much of this is going to be on Sam Darnold going to a new system with maybe an offensive coordinator that, again, first-year offensive coordinator, right? We're going into a new system again, and how is he going to be able to adapt to that? The loss of DK hurts, but listen, Cooper Kupp has been, as you guys know, in the NFC West, one of the great receivers in the NFL. I think there's been a lot of good stuff. I don't know if anything other than the Kupp signing really made me go, oh my gosh, can you believe that? More so because of just his tenure in Los Angeles. So that was more of the shock than anything else. I don't think Seattle, to me, did anything that a good organization shouldn't be doing. I think they looked in the right directions. They signed the right people to try to fill in some of the gaps and holes that they needed to have filled. And I knew that defensively, they were probably going to bring back a good chunk of who they had last year, because it was a strong defense and they had guys that they felt comfortable with. So I don't think Seattle was at the top of mind for like, oh man, what an overhaul. I think the level of consistency that the Seahawks have played with over a course of time, I think hopefully the moves that they've made will maintain that. I would like to see more of Cooper Kupp, obviously, only a couple catches the other day, but I think there's still a lot of establishing going on right now, trying to figure out how to get guys the ball. This is part of the adjustments, I think, of a new offensive coordinator, a new quarterback, a lot of different pieces on the offensive side.
So you think they did a lot of good stuff, but not too much good stuff, right?
It didn't feel like
that's Tungus right there. That's too much good stuff.
Was that just one long setup for the general question, and then the additional for the punchline afterwards?
They did a lot of good stuff. I mean, like, whoa. It just brought me right back. I'm sorry.
That's
I didn't.
Pretty much how he works.
I didn't think we were going to go there, but if there was an
It was.
opportunity, Oh no.
Oh jeez.
Oh, there he goes. Good. We're back.
Yes.
Hey, since you're here, I got to ask you where you're at these days in the West Wing. I was watching King Corn last night in Iowa. Sorry, we got to take a moment, Brock. Just see where you're at. Where are you at these days?
I finished up I think it was my 6th or 7th rewatch about a month and a half ago during the summer, and then I'll probably be off of it for a little while now. But I'm still rolling on it every year or so.
I got one more real football question.
Oh, okay. I was just asking. I just had to check in.
Do they still call it Three River Stadium? Is it still Three River Stadium or no?
They do not call it Three Rivers Stadium anymore. It's Acrisure Stadium now. It was Heinz Field forever.
It's not even Heinz Field anymore.
That happened a few years ago. Just very odd because we got so used to the ketchup bottle as we like to call it.
Rivers?
The Monongahela, the Allegheny, and the Ohio.
There you go. Very impressive.
Does he know the three?
I mean, I assumed he did. I gotta say,
I can tell you, it's the second largest city in Pennsylvania. Philadelphia is bigger. Yeah. They have 300 or so steel-related businesses. They have like 400 some odd bridges. It's also like people know it as the Steel City. It's also the city of bridges because of all those bridges. And it was named after William Pitt. That's my Pittsburgh history lesson I can give you.
The Seinfeld character, right?
Yeah, exactly.
How difficult ranking the stadiums, and Greg and Joe were talking a ton about Lumen Field on Sunday, and it was a rockin', and you've been in there. It is a place that is difficult to play. If you were to rank the most difficult away stadiums for their home opener, and especially now with DK and Aaron, and they're 1-0, and they play great, and yada, 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 degree of difficulty kind of ranking where they fit in the 31 spots Seattle could have traveled to and will travel to Sunday, where would they rank?
This is probably one of the 6 or 7 toughest. I think the atmosphere is always good in Pittsburgh, especially when you get to that fourth quarter and they start playing Billy Squire and they got the terrible towel going. And when the mood in Pittsburgh is good, when they have confidence in their team, it's a blue-collar city. They will root for you, they will cheer for you, and they will root against you if you're the opposing team very loudly when the team is good. And they seem to believe in what the Steelers are doing. Mike Tomlin, again, another double-digit win season with quarterback play that was up and down. Over the last several years, quarterback play has been up and down for Pittsburgh, and yet they never fall under 500. Tomlin's got this, whatever it is, 18-year streak or whatever going of above 500 or 500 or better seasons, no losing seasons. And now they improved their quarterback position, and they felt good about where they were putting up 30-plus last week offensively. So it's going to be a difficult atmosphere. I'd put it right up there with like the maybe not in that first tier with like Kansas City and what I think is, one of the better ones in Seattle just because of the loud nature of it, the way the 12s work. New Orleans is always tough to play when the team is playing well. I think Detroit's going to be a really tough environment for Chicago this weekend. But I'd put Pittsburgh right up there when the team is playing well, and they have some belief there, so that's going to make it a difficult environment.
They do Wanted Man, right? In the fourth quarter, or Renegade, right? They do Renegade.
They do Renegade.
All right,
yep.
So just so that I don't want you to get in trouble, that sticks.
Oh no! Well, they play Stroke Me as well.
Oh,
they play Stroke Me as well, and they play Styx Renegade.
I didn't know they also did Billy
yes.
Squire. Oh, okay.
Doubt
Pride of Wellesley, Mass, right there, Brock. Billy Squire. Believe me, I know my Billy Squire. I just didn't know they also did that, and I wanted to make sure Adam didn't get himself in trouble in Pittsburgh.
That very fair.
As you
very
know,
fair.
My favorite play-by-play tandem right now. And it's not close. Adam Amin and Mark Sanchez. Love the job you guys do. You guys are number one in my book. I've said it to Brock a million times. I think we're going to talk to Mark on Monday after the game as well. I want to hear about his new show and everything else that he's doing. So thank you. Love getting a chance to catch up. Hopefully we will see you in October here for some playoff baseball. And we'll talk again. Thanks, man.
Thanks, Adam.
Thanks, boys. Good luck to the Valor Christian on Friday, buddy. Take down Mullen. Right?
Wow.
We'll do. Whoa.
He really does know everything. It's unbelievable.
Yes,
These play-by-play guys, all of them. Him, Tirico, Benetti. These guys just know everything. That's amazing.
Their brains work differently than ours.
They must. Just the amount of information that they are able to hold in their head is truly incredible. All right, we got to come back here in just a minute. We will go around the NFL. Maura's going to take us through, and then she's also going to help us out later with some fantasy forecasts at 9:45. I know it's a big Maura day, so if you've got Maura questions for the fantasy forecast, text them in to 866-979-3776. We'll be right back on Brock and Salk.
Get inside the huddle.
The handoff inside. It's Charbonnet. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Taking you inside the VMAC every week. Thursdays, noon to 2.
Our guys show up to play.
Player interviews.
It's obviously been paying off. Just going to continue to do that.
Previewing this week's matchup.
We'll say they come out and just run the ball down the Niners' throats.
And everything Seahawks.
If anybody had a doubt, don't.
The Huddle. Every Thursday at noon. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
Tired of uneven heating, noisy systems, and high energy bills? The Quilt Ductless Heat Pump from Home Comfort Alliance gives you room-by-room control and serious savings with every system, and every system qualifies for max tax credits. Call the Comfort People at HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Are you road trip ready? Bucky's Complete Auto Repair will make your car safe and dependable with expert service and old-fashioned care. Brakes, oil change, factory service, and more. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Bucky's.com.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. We help all types of injury victims, like Ed, who suffered a neck injury in a highway pileup.
Had a bulge disc in my neck. It was pinching my spinal cord, so reached out to Rob. It was amazing. Their whole team were honest and kept me informed, like they were actually interested in helping me, not just a number. I'm very pleased with the outcome. I would definitely choose these guys again any time of the week.
If you've been injured, call us at 253-WARRIOR. Warrior Injury Law. Battle tested.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Everyone wants to get the best deal they can when they buy a car. What about when you want to sell your car, though? Of course, you want to get the most money possible, but how can you get the most you can without trying to sell it yourself? Stacey Rost here, and that's where my friends at Wayscar Ford in Auburn step in. Not only will they buy your car today, but that's just the beginning. Once they resell your old car, they send you another check for 50% of the profit of the sale of your old car. They've already given back over $800,000 to their customers. You can go to the website to see pictures of giant checks for yourself. It's such a great offer, and I know exactly what you're wondering right now. How are they able to do it? It's not a consignment because you get paid for your car right away. Wayscar Ford pays you right up front. They buy your car for fair market value. No more insurance, no more maintenance, no more storage, no more headaches. Then they pay you half the profit when they resell your car. It's just that simple. Get the most money possible for your old car at Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn and let them do the work. WayscarFord.com. That's WayscarFord.com.
Lowe's knows you've got a job to do, and we help get it done. With the MyLowe's Pro Rewards program, eligible members save more with volume discounts on qualifying orders through a quote of $2,000 or more. Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Offer can't be combined with any other discount, contract, and/or special pricing. Exclusions, more terms, and restrictions apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get his freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are it. And Brooke, you are it.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
All right, final hour of the Brock and Salk show today. A lot of text messages coming in from Mora's fantasy forecast, which is fun because you get all the different spellings of Mora. For anybody out there, it's M-A-U-R-A because there's a lot of different...
Really?
Yeah. I mean, you got the M-O-R-A, like Jim. You got like an M-O-I-R-A, like Moira. I mean, there's a lot.
M-A-R-A, like Mara.
Yep, all of them show up. So just M-A-U-R-A. I just want to help out if you're writing to Morris specifically.
When I worked at a bar in Colorado, I had a guy argue with me once that I spelled my name wrong, and he kept basically spelling it like Moira, and I was like, that's a whole different name.
Right. Well, that must have been nice of him to
like, I'm glad
mansplain
you know how
your
to
name.
I know. Yeah, I'm glad my parents were wrong, and you know how to.
Thank you. Thank God you're here in my bar to tell me and help me out with my own name. Mora, you need to help us. Take us around the NFL.
All right. Well, we got a front row seat on Sunday to the continued kicker problems for the 49ers. They ended up parting ways with Jake Moody Tuesday and brought in Eddie Pinheiro. Wednesday, Kyle Shanahan just was pretty clear about why they had to make that decision.
Jake's got a chance to have a hell of a future. He is that talented. But when it gets to that spot where it is, we all know how last year ended. We know how everyone was looking at him. And obviously when it gets to that point, you can see it affecting him from a mental game. Then you don't have much choice. You got to move on, and hopefully Eddie will come in here and do the job.
So part of this, they spent like a, third or fourth round draft pick on that guy, right? Didn't they spend like a real draft pick on Moody? I think they did. Go back and look. I think they spent like an actual draft capital.
I just plumb forgot. I don't know.
Third round of the 2023 draft.
Third round pick on him, Brock. Yeah, don't mess with me. I know what I'm talking about. So obviously, they
just broke him mentally. Just got the yips. Just got the yips.
Do you think I always think it's weird that there's a collection of kickers that are on standby.
Oh yeah, they're like those hockey goalies.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, they're just like a whole group of these kickers out there. It's like, hey, we're out of a kicker. Who are we going to get? Pinheiro's out there. All right, let's grab Eddie. Off we go.
Well, just think about it. You have only 32 of them on the planet that get to do it. And then you'll have another 10 out there that are,
on
staying.
Standby.
Yeah.
So how do you decide? I want Eddie Pinheiro.
Oh, you bring in. You'll bring in.
Folk.
I've watched it. I've watched when you bring in four guys and they all go out there and they all compete. And they all got kind of launch and time and, distance and accuracy. And, yeah, here you go. And they all know it, too. They kind of travel like a circus. Here come the circus kickers. Oh, good. I think that got you. I was going to say gypsies, but that's inappropriate. I can't say that anymore. So
well,
go
you just
ahead.
did, though.
Yes.
Roma.
Okay. This one almost made me laugh out loud, so we'll see what you guys think. But Giants wide receiver Malik Neighbors looked like he'd rather be anywhere else during New York's rough loss on Sunday.
Really?
And,
he didn't want to hang out with Russ?
Yeah, I don't think so. And then he got into it with head coach Brian Dable.
Sweet.
When he was asked about it Wednesday, he had an interesting explanation for reporters.
I had 12 targets, so why would I argue about getting the ball if I had 12 targets? But, just overall, just how I played. And I don't think that why I was frustrated. Like I said, I was trying to get the offense going. I was trying to get people to let's get rolling. The lights was on, the game was on. It's time to play. I feel like that just got pushed over. And everybody was talking about just how I was had an attitude and stuff like that. It's just I got an NBF. I got a natural face. That's just what it is. Like, it's my face. I don't know. Like when y'all talk to me, I look the same way every time. I don't know just how I am, but I guess I got to smile more.
I've heard of RBF before.
Yeah, he's got the Michaela Maroney deal.
What is his? Nasty? What's his?
I think it was natural.
Yeah. Not resting, but natural.
I think everybody's been comparing how Malik Neighbors was feeling on Sunday to that photo of Melvin Gordon that always surfaces, just death staring Russ in Denver. You guys seen that photo?
Yeah.
Great.
So, legitimate football question.
Okay.
Russell Wilson a Hall of Famer anymore?
No.
This has just gone so badly now in three
He
markets.
was so concerned with his legacy,
Yeah.
and he ruined it.
Yeah. No, I think it's pretty. I don't know how you could possibly put him in the Hall of Fame now.
Well, reporters asked him. The New York reporters just don't mess around. They asked him if he thought Jackson Dart was going to start week 2 after Dable was kind of non-committal.
No, I don't want that. And I don't look into syntax and diction and what you like all the little words somebody says or doesn't say. I think at the end of the day, I'm grateful to be the quarterback here. I'm grateful to lead these guys every day, and I'm grateful to try to help our football team win. That's my mentality.
That is so. Can you imagine just a couple of years ago where Russ was at, and now he's being asked questions about whether or not Brian freaking Dable is going to bench him for Jackson Dart.
So this is not a fire drill, said the great Zach Bye when he was traded to the Broncos.
Yeah.
They thought they were getting a franchise Hall of Fame Super Bowl winning quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
That's what his resume was for a decade. 8 Pro Bowls out of 10 years in Seattle?
I know.
I mean, there was nothing on his resume that would have said anything but Hall of Fame. And now you burn out in Denver, you burn out in Pittsburgh, you burn out with the Giants.
509 suggesting that maybe Neighbors has an RNF, the resting nailer face.
Is Russ going to be a graceful backup when it's eventually Dart time? No, that's what I was going to say. I cannot
he's going to be out of the
imagine
league in a year.
Nope,
even this year when Dart gets a chance to play eventually.
Yeah, because he did that last year with, there's not much he can do. But I don't think he's going to choose a backup situation and hang on.
No.
All right, we'll squeeze this last one in.
It'll be a lot of fun, though. He and James.
He'll be 37 in
hanging
November,
out.
by the way. Wow. Russ will be 37.
Wow. Crazy.
I put this one in here for Salk because I know he loves his Jim Harbaugh. He's going to be facing Pete Carroll and the Raiders this week, and he thought back on their history.
I always think that had I ever played, for him, one of his teams, because he was coaching when I was playing, or was on his staff once I got into coaching, I bet we would have been really good friends. He learned a lot from him just watching him, but he's also always been on the other side. When I was a player, he was a defensive coordinator or head coach somewhere, and then when I was coaching, we were, trying to gouge each other's eyes out. It's in the competitive spirit of that. But yeah, it's competition at the highest level. It's what he's all about, and pretty enthusiastic too. I've noticed, which is just nothing but respect for that. Same person, same coach every day. Nothing but respect for that, and does a tremendous job.
Who wins that fight? Who gouges whose eyes?
Come on.
What?
Come on, man.
Pete is what?
Come on, Brock.
Crafty.
I don't care.
Jim's pretty stiff.
Brock.
He's had a lot of injuries.
Brock, stop it. That's not a fair fight. Just stop.
Kind of like Larry Salk and Pete Carroll, not a fair fight,
I was getting texts about it this weekend. My mom was like, "Oh, your dad's watching the game right now. All he's talking about is how he could beat Pete in a race." It's unbelievable. He's obsessed with it.
Can I just say how good Adam Amin is, by the way?
Yeah.
One last little shout out to Adam Amin.
Sure.
He put Pittsburgh in the top 6 or 7. I thought that was low. I went through all 32 teams during the break. It's exactly 6 or 7. It's exactly that.
Yeah.
It's Philadelphia, Minnesota, Green Bay, Kansas City, Baltimore, Buffalo, Pittsburgh. Those 7.
No Seattle?
I said of the other 31 teams.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, if you had to go play in one of the other 31 parks.
Got it.
He's absolutely right. That dude.
He's just on
And
it.
don't challenge him on
No,
that.
he just knew. He just knew. All right, thank you, Moore. We got to take a quick break. We'll give you guys everything you need to know next, and then I want to make sure we talk some more Mariners coming off a big sweep and a 5 straight they've now won with the Angels coming to town tonight. Lot to discuss there. We'll do that coming up in 20 after Need to Know next.
Hawks Live. Presented by the Dining District at the Bellevue Collection. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Live from Bellevue Square Center Court. Come on by and join hosts Michael Bumpus and Paul Moyer with this week's guest, Seahawks rookie receiver Torrey Horton.
This should be fun.
Hawks Live. Tonight from 7 to 9 p.m. Exclusively on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports, on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Matt Coker here with West Coast Men's Health. In the past 5 years, we've seen thousands of men at our clinics. Most guys tell us the same story, that in their early 50s, it's not that they couldn't function, they just needed help. They started taking Viagra, and it worked great at first. But after a few years, it stopped working. The problem is that their arteries had become more restricted since they started taking it, because Viagra does not unclog arteries. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we use acoustic wave therapy to target the real problem. We break down plaque and clear up the arteries so blood can flow like it did in your 20s. This restores function. And guys, listen to this. You won't have to take a pill anymore. So if this sounds like you, give West Coast Men's Health a call today and see how we can help.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The ballpark is rocking like 2001. Let us clear up your allergies so you can enjoy more of each game. Hey, it's Dr. Ryan Stern of the Stern Sinus Center. Let us fix your ear, nose, and throat problems. Let's make your congestion, sinusitis, snoring, and allergies a non-issue. We can diagnose and treat everything from allergy testing and treatments to modern nasal breathing procedures to advanced balloon sinuplasty. Come and see us in Federal Way in Auburn or at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on SeattleSports.com.
Hundreds of vehicles on the ground, 8 dealerships, 14 brands, all in one location. Visit West Hills Autoplex. We have more brands in one location than anywhere else in Washington State, import or domestic, new or pre-owned. We make finding your perfect vehicle easy, and that means a remarkable car buying experience for you. Skip the hassle with West Hills' streamlined buying experience and feel confident buying from your neighborhood family-owned dealerships. West Hills Autoplex, Auto Center Way exit, Highway 3, Bremerton.
Temperatures are dropping, but you don't have to settle for a chilly home this winter. Keep cozy and safe with energy-saving products during Washington Energy's home heating sale on now. Upgrading your home is as easy as $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 off. Take $1,000 off furnaces, fireplaces, and water heaters, $2,000 off high-efficiency heat pump systems, and $3,000 off whole home generators and ductless mini splits, plus free financing. Washington Energy Services, your expert resource for affordable home comfort. Call for a free estimate.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends and explore the lively nightlife scene. The dining district at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on SeattleSports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Now, the Etsy Witch must have been doing her job last night, Brock, as the Mariners find a way to get it done in the 13th. It wasn't pretty. Certainly not offensively, but you got to say, defensively, they made play after play.
Stop from the way, swinging a ground ball down the third base line. Diving, stopped by Gino. Long throw to first, and it's going to be in time. The first base umpire, Brock Malou, had to make sure that somehow, some way, Josh Naylor kept his foot on the bag. He did a great play by Eugenio Suarez, and that will end the inning.
Let's say this. Gino's got a cannon.
You know what? I'd like to see him throw a football.
Man.
He throws it like a football. He doesn't drop the ball down.
Right.
Yeah, like he stays on that one plane, right? If you watch him, it's something that Perry teaches a lot of these guys. JP drops it down, and he's kind of all over the place, and I think his throws are reflective of that, and Rusty Naylorface will tell you every time he digs it out, like, can you throw one to my chest? Because Gino, like, he throws like a football. He absolutely stays on that plane. It'd be fun to watch. I bet he could. I bet he could
zing that thing. Well, he made a couple of really spectacular plays yesterday, and just one of those weird games, right? You had another twice in 3 days or 2 days that the ball bounced straight off the bag, straight up into the air like that. That was bizarre in its own right. But Leo Rivas gets it done. He hits the walk-off home run in the 13th. Afterwards, Dan, not surprisingly, was talking about that defense.
You know, again. There's so much that you almost forget in some of these games, but the defense was unbelievable tonight. You know, even the jumps in the outfield on some of those balls that were weakly hit. You know, JP diving, Gino making a couple of unbelievable plays. You know, we saw baseballs hitting bases that like 3 times in the last 2 games. I mean, you just don't see that stuff, and it was happening in this one tonight.
It was a weird game. It was, and sometimes you got to find a way to come out on top. They did. No change in the West, though, as both the Rangers and the Astros win. Mariners still 1 game back in the West, 1.5 up in the wild card, and it is starting to look like 3 teams for
Isn't it
two
really
spots.
2.5 because he had the tiebreaker with Texas?
I guess so.
I kind of look at it that way. I know
Sure.
technically in the facts are 1.5, but we did win that series, right?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Lyle? We did win that
Yeah,
series.
definitely
with
ask
Texas.
Lyle.
Yes. Did win it versus Rangers, I believe.
The Rangers have to beat you.
Correct. You can't be tied.
But I don't know what happens if all 3 teams tie. I don't know what happens
Let's
then.
not worry about that. Here we
Then
go.
things
Next thing
get
to know.
confusing in a hurry.
Here we go. Next thing to know.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
That's something we say, the next thing to know.
Here we go.
I guess it's that Rick
Here we
Whelan
go.
might not be starting again. Mike
our-
McDonald said we'll
our snap
see.
now.
Then he was asked more.
We had a similar situation last year, and look, every person we've had a conversation about what their role is going to be and things like that. One, I mean, you need to operate like that as a coaching staff, keep it real with them. But they've been tremendous. Tell them with love, tell them the truth, and let's go to work.
Tell him with love, tell him with truth, let's go to work. It sure sounds like maybe he was having one of those conversations with Reek this week, but it may not be so simple because both Love and Spoon are dealing with injuries that kept them out of practice yesterday and may be significant.
Yeah, not a lot of bodies. Got a lot of D linemen, a lot of fullbacks, a lot of tight ends. You look at the active roster. Now, they got guys on practice squad, and we'll see. Shaq Griffin, he can be called up this week, and he can go play, and yada yada yada. But you look at the depth. There's not a lot of safeties other than Ty Okada. There's not a lot of other nickelbacks just on the active roster. They've got some on the practice squad that they can move around. But I would not. This is just my speculation. I'm speculating we will not see Julian Love and Spoon practice today, and it will be a real question of whether or not they're going to be able to ramp up and go Sunday in Pittsburgh.
It's so crazy after both guys are able to finish that game.
It is.
But, I guess if you're able to get through it, maybe you end up making it worse during the game, and then it's a problem during the week. Regardless, that could be a challenge as they get ready to take on Pittsburgh.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Good one tonight. Washington heading to Green Bay. Couple of very good teams with Super Bowl designs, I think fairly. Green Bay's defense, Washington's offense. Jaden Daniels should be a good one. And Brock Purdy going to miss a couple of weeks, maybe up to 5 with a turf toe variant, according to Ian Rappaport. So makes it sound like it's a disease.
I don't even know what that is.
Makes it sound like a disease.
It does. Like some bacteria.
Like it's one of the it's morphing.
It's a turf toe.
No,
which is a severely hyperextended big toe.
No, it's a turf toe variant.
No, it is not.
It's literally what it is, according to
You know what that is like?
great Ian Rappaport.
That is like everybody trying to add new words to the QB lexicon. Throwing platform.
What about arm talent?
Arm talent.
Do you like arm talent?
I don't like arm talent.
I like arm talent.
I do like this, though. Look, American Kings, Mr. Wickersham.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, came out, you said, this week. Ended up getting it. Of course, I got a hard copy. Of course, I'm going to read it in the bathtub. And, of course, with the bye week, Adam Amin got 99.9 right. We do play Mullen, just not this week. Bye week. So I'll get to read this sucker this week.
People are very excited. That is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Did you see DK? He was asked about taking on Spoon this week.
Yes, sir. There are 32 great DBs on every team, so it's just another week in the NFL for me.
Oh, yeah, it's no different.
32 great DBs on every team.
Yeah, it's hard to don't worry about
I'm
the
not gonna
details.
parse it. I'm not going to parse it.
He's not even
okay?
thinking about the Seahawks this week. He hasn't even heard from them.
He's going to be a madman.
Nah, you steady trying to make this about them, cuz. No, I ain't heard from nobody.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's not. There's not even a story there.
Nope.
Isn't that amazing? Not even a little story.
He won't be wired at all.
No, and he
be
definitely
emotional at
won't
all.
come back and talk about it later afterwards. And yeah,
He definitely won't stiff arm somebody. And if it's Ty Okada, bless his heart, or Nehemiah Pritchett, he definitely won't stiff arm them and say anything. He'll just go about his business. That's 100% right.
it is too bad. I really hope Spoon is out there because that's like the matchup we all need, right? Is to see if Spoon can get in his head and all of that. So I really do hope he's able to go. All right, Maura, you got enough questions, Maura? Did people write you enough fantasy football questions?
Myra.
Yeah.
Maura.
Mayura.
You good?
Mayura. Yes, Mayura. All right, so that's coming up here in about 20 minutes more. We'll give you some fantasy advice and the fantasy forecast. Before we get there, though, Brock, some new stats that you may find interesting regarding these Mariners. We'll do it next.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
I don't think the game was fundamentally lost on that touchdown to Tunges. When to you was the moment this game was lost?
So I don't look at one play and say, that's why you lost the game. So offensively, I'm looking at the way that the 49ers are playing against the Seahawks offense, and they can almost predict what's going to happen. And that 49ers D-line did their thing.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
All All right, guys, we are deeply past Labor Day, which is sad. I mean, this is when you start thinking about fall. You're into football season, and the holidays really aren't that far away. So you want to make sure you look your best. You want to make sure that if you let yourself go a little bit over the summer when you were busy, now is the time to get back into shape. And Eastside Weight Loss Clinic can really help you with that. They did for me, and they've done for over 4,000 people here locally in the region, helping them become better versions of themselves. Why? Because the plan works. It's not that hard. It's very safe. No injections, no surgery, real, fresh, delicious food that you buy at the grocery store with plenty of accountability. And yes, coaching every step of the way. That is really, really helpful when you're trying to get this done. It starts with just a 15-minute phone call. You can do that. Make it today. Schedule your phone call at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com. Love cars? LeMay, America's Car Museum in Tacoma, is packed with 300 stunning classics, family fun, and events year-round. For what's happening next and to plan your visit, go to americascarmuseum.org.
This summer, make sure your roof is ready for the season ahead with a company you can trust, like 3 Tree Roofing. We're not just your roofers, we're your neighbors, and we're here to help you protect your home this season. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free on-site estimate and get your roof replaced before the summer rush and potential material price increases. Our certified technicians make your roof replacement easy and worry-free, so you can focus on the important things this summer. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free, no-pressure estimate. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 4 tickets to the Seahawks game Sunday, September 21st. Head to the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter through the Seattle Sports app, the better your odds. Do it every day, September 9th through September 15th. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just 1 day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed 1-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
I have a handful of stories that really affected me personally in my career and how I handle employees. Lee Johnson, coming out of his office as a customer, asked me where the service department is. I was like, yeah, go to the end of the hall, go up the stairs, go across the breezeway, open a door, go to the left. You want Chevy, go to the right. You want Mazda? Because I didn't even have enough time to say, hey, what kind of car do you have? Here comes Lee, and it's like, oh, man, come with me. Let me show you. And then have him come back and not dress me down. It's just almost like with that fatherly disappointment of like, that's not how we take care of people. I mean, the right way is to walk her down to the stairs, walk her up the stairs, open the door for her, go over, across the way, open up that door, introduce her to somebody. So she's comfortable, she's made it to the right place, and that we value the business. What you did was you made it seem like she was an inconvenience to you. Customers are the purpose of our day.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, text messages from Maura as she will do the fantasy forecast here in 15 minutes. Did want to quickly just say thank you to all of you out there who find a way to listen to the show or watch the show or however you consume it. Thank you. We really do appreciate it. We don't say it enough. Brock, usually in the morning at 6, I'll go through all the various ways people can find the show. And, it's Seattle Sports on 710, and it's the Seattle Sports app and seattlesports.com. And then recently, podcast platforms. Recently, I've started adding YouTube. I think I saw somewhere in the 3,000 range in terms of the number of people that are watching the show on YouTube every day live.
Nice.
Which I thought was a lot more than I would have guessed, to be honest with you. So seriously, thank you if that's the way you appreciate the show and like viewing it or even listening to it through YouTube. That's great. You can do it that way on the station's YouTube channel, or you can just watch some of the clips that we put up. Guys like Amin, who are nice enough to appear on video, it definitely makes it look better when we put those clips up on YouTube later, and that's something we're working towards doing more of. So hopefully you can watch on YouTube or you can watch on seattlesports.com or on the app. And then I also mentioned 97.3 HD2, because as big as the signal is on 710, there's nothing like crystal clear high-definition radio. It sounds perfect. And so if you get frustrated with the AM signal, we're not just an AM radio station, guys. You can go find us, 97.3 HD2. If you live in the Seattle area, just go to our sister station, and then you just got to figure out how your car does HD radio, because they're all different. Drives me crazy. It's like the dumbest thing in our business is that we can't standardize this HD radio thing. But in the meantime, you can find us on 97.3 HD2, and it sounds perfect. Like, that's how I listen.
And I've gotten a bunch of texts from friends today, and yesterday was a really tough day for our country. Today is a tough day in remembrance of 9/11. I remember exactly where I was, as you do, Salk, on that morning.
Yeah.
And people kind of texted me, are we talking about it? And, this is a platform that you all tune into to get away from that. To talk about sports and talk about Tungus and talk with Adam Amin.
Mostly
and the
to talk about
Steelers.
Tungus.
Yeah, mostly about Tungus. So just know, truly, like you called me last night. I appreciated that as a friend. It's just a heavy, heavy day. There was a school shooting about 40 minutes from our high school out here as well. That was hard for our kids, and just a heavy day. Today's a heavy day in remembrance of so much pain.
Yeah.
So we don't forget about those things. We don't try to just compartmentalize, and that doesn't matter. It does matter a lot. But we also know you tune into us to hear us talk about these sports.
I think there was a part of me today, to be perfectly frank and honest with you, Brock, there was a part of me today that thought maybe you and I should say something about what's going on in the world today, not because I want to offer an opinion on it or that I want to hear you offer an opinion on it or any of that, but just because, the two of us are so different. We see the world very differently. Certainly politically, there are very few things that we agree on. And yet, I think I speak for both of us when I say there's a deep love and respect for each of us. And it does feel like that's something the world could maybe use a little more of today. And I don't mean to hold us up as like a shining example. I don't know that I generally think of us that way. But yesterday I did for a couple of minutes. So I'll just be honest with you guys. I know that sounds arrogant. I know it sounds obnoxious. If you take it that way, all right, I get it. But there was a part of me that thought maybe that was something we could talk about today.
Yeah.
I don't think it's true, but maybe we could have.
Yeah, I mean, it's a line that we walk as content creators. That's what we do, whether it's on any of those areas and feeds, and we don't want to have to back away, and we can't talk about this because you and I, Salk, have talked about a lot of things over 17 years, a lot of life that we have lived together, and certainly the parenting thing and the sports thing and all of that is part of it. We've covered heavy issues too. some really hard stuff on this radio show. And yeah, it just kind of feels like with where this baseball team is and where the Seahawks are and where we are, like there'll be a time and a place. There always is. And when it organically comes about, it is always seemingly the best.
Well, I guess to me, it's just about trying not to demonize. And if there are ways to just have conversations and meet people that are different from you, it's not always easy. We all live in our bubbles. You and I were both very much in our different bubbles yesterday, getting a very different experience for the world. And yet, at the end of the day, it's nice to talk to each other and come back in here tomorrow or to this morning and not talk about it at all, which is
where were you?
Nice.
Where were you?
September
on
11th.
Yeah,
I think I've said before. I was in L.A. So
you were.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was working for city council person in L.A. My dad called me and woke me up. I had no idea what was happening, and he essentially said we're under attack, which scared the what out of me. I jumped out of bed, and I thought there were missiles in the air, and we were
it's the same
all
thing.
done
About
for.
5 a.m, Damon called me and Molly. We were young, married, and living in
guys were in
Kirkland,
Indy.
playing for
Oh,
the
you were here.
Seahawks.
Yeah.
Yep. And I remember him doing the same thing, like waking me up. I think he said almost those exact same words because he was in Boston with the Patriots at that time, and you turn it on the TV, and it's a day that you'll never, ever, ever forget, and we should not forget.
100%. 100%. Yeah, it was awful. It really was an awful day, and all of everything that transpired afterwards, and just the country really was hurt in a very deep way. So.
And
all right.
came together and unified and put their arms around each other. And
So it's happened before in our
it
lifetime.
has, and it can happen.
We'll see if it can happen again.
It can happen again.
Let's hope. All right, let's move on. As you said, that's not really why people tune into the show. So
sorry.
We'll get to the fantasy forecast here in about 7 or 8 minutes. I'll play you 2 pieces of sound from our buddy Hembo, Paul Hembekides, who works at ESPN, does quite a bit with Buster Olney, who's going to join us tomorrow at 7:30, and I guess we could ask Buster about this. But he said that Bryan Woo would be his Game 1 starter if and when the Mariners make the playoffs.
We have obviously decided that length is far from the most important thing when it comes to starting pitching. But we've seen research studies, like the one from Louis Polis, that says each inning a starter pitches today lowers their team's relief ERA by 7 points tomorrow. The length that Bryan Woo has provided the Seattle Mariners is significant. And for that reason, coupled with his natural run prevention, he would be my Game 1 starter.
I love the way he looks at that, saying, hey, it's not just about what he's going to do in that game, whether you win or lose. It's what it's going to do for your bullpen the next day. Here's a little bit more.
The Mariners as a staff collectively this year own a bullpen ERA of 3.83. That is a bullpen ERA that ranks 11th in Major League Baseball. In the games in which Bryan Woo has started, that number goes down to 3.62, so that is slightly better. But most remarkably, Buster, what I did was look at the earned run average of the Mariners bullpen in the game immediately following every Bryan Woo start, and that number is 1.82.
Crazy.
The Mariners bullpen has pitched to a sub-2 ERA in a fifth of their games, in large part because of the length that Bryan Woo is providing them.
I mean, look, all of that makes sense, but it's still pretty shocking when you hear it.
But at times, things that your eye sees and your brain says make sense, the numbers don't always back up.
Right.
Right.
Like the
We've seen
Mariners
that.
against lefties and some of the other things we've seen this year.
Exactly. And that is one time where those numbers absolutely match up with the logic, with the rationale, and, what just your eyes do see. Is it, man, as cool as it is individually, once again, I guess this is some of my theme today as we started the show with the celebration and the individual, but how much cooler it is collectively. Yeah, how cool it is for Woo to have all of these starts this year, to be the very best pitcher on this team, to be an all-star, to be at the tip of the spear of all of it. But even cooler collectively, the benefit that it's giving the guys in the bullpen the following day. And this team has needed it because, as we've seen even the last couple days.
God, it's just brutal, right?
Yes.
I mean, as great as it was, I don't know, as great as it was to beat St. Louis, and I'm going to keep saying, that team stinks. That is, honestly, that's the worst team I've seen this year. They look worse than the White Sox. That looked like the worst team I've seen, the way they're currently constructed that I've seen this year. I know that they got some injuries, and it's maybe different with Arenado and Donovan and some of the other guys, but the way they're currently constructed, that's the worst team I've seen.
I think I would agree with you.
They were
I mean,
horrendous.
we haven't seen the Rockies yet. Thankfully, they'll come to town, but
they were awful. They couldn't hit. They couldn't pitch. They couldn't run the bases. They played dumb baseball. Honestly, that was like an affront to the game.
A couple of those relief guys could pitch now.
I guess.
That O'Brien kid, that local boy, he could pitch. And the rookie ahead of him throwing 98.
I guess, man. I was truly disgusted watching that team play baseball. But the only problem with the sweep is that you really did use up your bullpen. Thankfully, yesterday you didn't need to use either Brash or Munoz. You couldn't use either Brash or Munoz.
And Bizzardo.
Right. So thankfully, those three guys will be back tonight, and then eventually you'll sort of have. But you are kind of running those guys a little thin right now, and you know how important they're going to be. This team could really use some long starts from Logan, from Kirby, from Castillo, and just give these guys a little bit of a break.
I mean, what is it you see with George and Logan? Like, I really do appreciate Dave Valley. I just shot him a text during the break. Just from a catcher's perspective, every one of these folks come at it from a different perspective, right? You talk about how much you love Sanchez and Amin, and it's their personality and their fun and, hip and all that, because you're hip, Salk, and you're fun and all those things, and Angie comes at it from her lenses. And Ryan comes at it from a pitcher's perspective. Dave comes at it from the catching end of things, and just listening to him, right, talk about all the subtle things that Cal is doing has been awesome over the last couple series. But even more, he said it repeatedly, like, man, Logan's trying to find that release point. Man, Logan's trying to find that release point. You could still see fundamentally he's just trying to find that release point, which to me, honestly, as a thrower of an object for a living, is so hard for me to fathom until I realize totally different sport. Coming down a mound, 6 different pitches. Even longer than I am, right? I mean, there are
you know
those
how
things.
hard it is, though, because the release point in a baseball, it's so minute, and if you hold it an extra beat, right, you're going to end up spiking that thing. So, I mean, that is essentially the game of baseball and pitching. But I don't know exactly what. Lyle, do you know? I don't know what's going on with those guys. I thought Logan Gilbert was going to come out last night and give you like 6 1/3 or something and just really dominate. I was really surprised that didn't happen.
We've highlighted the issues these guys have had on the road. So if you're looking at their season as a whole, that's half their starts. So that plays a big factor into it. I just feel like Logan hasn't been as efficient this year with putting guys away. Like, he's a guy that's going to strike a ton of guys out. And as a result, when you strike a bunch of guys out, your pitch count's going to get a little bit higher, which is probably why Woo can sometimes manage to go deeper into games, because he relies more on ground balls than Logan does. But when you're not putting guys away and that pitch count just starts to get up and up and up, and batters are hanging around during at bats, that's how a pitch count runs up.
And that really shouldn't be a Logan Gilbert problem. I get it with Kirby. I mean, that's always sort of been a challenge for Kirby, is what's the out pitch. That should not be a Logan Gilbert problem. And I think that one is maybe a little more concerning. I mean, with Kirby, like, look, he can go deep in a game. Like, he's command guy and he throws hard, but there isn't the natural out pitch the same way there is with Logan. But between the slider, the sweeper, or the splitter, the ways Logan can get you out, I'm shocked that he's had that problem.
And it's not that he can't do it. He can still do it. His strikeout rate's still really high this year. He still gets swing and miss. It's just that the manner in which he does it takes longer in at bats this year. At least that's what it feels like. And as a result, pitch counts run up.
You know what my wide eyes see as well? And this is a term you've heard a little more this year. I think John Schmaltz said it in the broadcast with Goldie, by the way, which I loved a couple weeks ago in Cleveland too. He talked about uncompetitive pitches. And it's funny, that's just kind of stuck with me. And even as I'm watching the Mariners hitters, like, oh, thankfully Gino, don't swing at that.
Right, one where you're not
going
to swing at that.
That's just not a competitive pitch. There's a bunch of pitches all around the zone, but then you get, it's almost like a breather for those guys. It's the one thing that I did say to Titus and have over the years as he's been a pitcher, like, bro, when you're just not even in the zone at all, you know what you do? You give that hitter just a break instead of pressurizing him. And it feels like, and it'd be interesting in their shove reports to see, like, man, there's been way more uncompetitive where you're not even putting that guy into a bind. It is so far out of the zone or up out of the zone or in the dirt or out, you know what I'm saying? There feels like more of that. And then obviously not throwing strike one. That's the whole basis of the whole operation. Throw strike one. And the last couple starts for George and Logan, just not near enough of that to be both competitive and efficient.
Yeah, and I just before we go here, we'll turn it over to Maura in a moment. I did just want to clarify the thoughts on St. Louis and that team. I get that they're a 500 team. They're only 6-7 games behind the Mariners. The team they're putting out right now, not the team that's been there all year with Arenado and Brandon Donovan and some of the guys that can hit. The team that we just watched for the last 3 days was awful. That was an atrocity. I can't believe how stupid they played. That guy last night, Herrera, should be demoted immediately. And who's their manager? Is it Carlos Marmol?
Ollie Marmol.
Ollie Marmol. Sorry, different one. If he has a job in a couple days, I'm going to be shocked. That just looked like a team that had quit on its manager, was not playing clean baseball. They just looked awful.
But they had won 7 of 10 coming in.
I refuse to believe you.
Do you also
Do you they won 7 of 10 coming in?
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
Can't be true.
Can't
be true. Not based on what I just saw. That was the worst thing I've seen this year. It's the worst thing I've seen in ages. And the Mariners did so. Like, I'm not taking away credit from the Mariners. Like, they pounded them on Monday. And then, I said maybe the best win or most fun win they've had on Tuesday. Last night was, different. But, like, I was shocked at how bad that team was. You tell me they won 7 of 10? Impossible. Yeah. There's no way.
I will say this last thing to Hembo's point about Woo starting game 1. Often it's hard to reslot a rotation if you're not going to do something like win a division way before the regular season ends. That being said, I just counted it up in the last minute here. Yeah, Woo would be in line to start game 1 of a wild card series on normal 4 days rest if nothing reslots.
All right. Yeah, well, that's good to know.
You know why you did that? Because you're a psychopath.
Yeah.
Lyle.
Yeah, you are. You told us that yesterday. It's a good thing
you're
we've
our
got
psychopath.
And Maura is also our psychopath when it comes to fantasy football. So let's see what she's got this week.
Fantasy football forecast with Maura Dooley.
So utterly ridiculous.
Really? Sounds nice.
It works.
Sounds perfect.
I think it's lovely.
Someone just tuning into the station, just flipping over, like, oh, I wonder what they're talking about.
I think it perfectly encapsulates how some people feel about fantasy
Yeah.
football, but we're going to do it
Maura,
anyways.
you won someone a game last
week. You
week.
don't know
Let's be
anything. Herrera's one of the best hitters in baseball with a completely red StatCast. You're just goofy. I watched what I saw last night. I don't think I've ever in my life seen a player make 2 dumber decisions on the base pads back to back.
He can hit.
Back to back. I didn't say he couldn't hit.
He can hit.
But my God.
Maura won somebody a game last
All
week.
right.
Salk. Okay, let's
A real
let her
game?
win somebody else. Yes.
Or fantasy.
She picked Keon
Game.
Coleman over the running back for the Broncos. See, I
Smart.
listen to these things, Lyle. Or
Okay.
Maura, go ahead.
Thank you, Brock.
Mhm.
Okay, so I'll answer some questions. First up, I wanted to give some advice if you are in the same boat I am, where I had Brock Purdy in one of my leagues, and he is now out for a few weeks. Or if you have someone like Daniel Jones, who looked great week 1, but I probably would be nervous to start him against the Broncos. Here are some options. Michael Penix is a good pickup. He threw for almost 300 yards and a touchdown in a loss to Tampa Bay last week. Also had 6 rushes for 21 yards. He's facing a Vikings defense that gave up 24 points to the Bears. They were in the bottom 10 as far as fantasy points given up to a quarterback in week 1. So he's a good option. Our guy Geno Smith, also another option. 9 plays of 20 yards or more last week. He was only behind Lamar Jackson in yards per average.
He's
at
not
10.6.
picked up in most leagues already?
He's available in at least one of mine.
Wow.
He faces a shut up.
I'm honestly not joking.
I thought you were being
I
sarcastic.
wasn't. I was being serious.
Fantasy quarterback.
He threw
Salk.
360 yards. I would assume he's out there.
And he's facing a solid Chargers defense in week 2, but they weren't locked down. Mahomes put up 258 yards with Hollywood Brown and Juju Smith-Schuster as his leading receivers last week against them. And then if you're in a league where most of these guys are gone and you're desperate, you could maybe stream Drake May of the Patriots this week. They're facing the Dolphins, who were a dumpster fire in week 1. They made Daniel Jones look like Patrick Mahomes. And he did have 287 yards and a touchdown against the Raiders in week 1. All right, so we will get into the questions now. 425 wants to know if Quentin Johnston of the Chargers, a wide receiver, are we in on a 3rd-year breakout for him? I like him as a stash to see if he can be more consistent. He had 5 catches for 79 yards and 2 touchdowns on Friday, but Ladd McConkey and Keenan Allen still had more targets than him. I think he's going to be boomer bust and touchdown dependent, so I would probably maybe pick him up, but wait to see more before you start him on a consistent basis. He's been a little boomer bust in his career.
Yes, he has.
Brock
Tough
knows.
hands. DK hands.
Yeah. But great game on Friday.
Yep.
206 says, this is a hi Moira. I need your expert fantasy advice. Which 3 should I start out of Marvin Harrison Jr., Zach Charbonnet, Alvin Kamara, or Josh Jacobs? They said they think the obvious to leave out is Charbonnet, but they are worried that maybe he'll have a big week. I don't know about you guys. I would take probably Kamara out of that equation.
Who are the Saints playing?
The Saints are facing the Niners.
Yeah, sounds right.
I mean, the Niners are going to have Mac Jones at quarterback, but the Saints have Spencer Rattler. Josh Jacobs does have a tough matchup against the Commanders, but I think I'm benching Kamara on this one. You could maybe, if you're in a PPR, edge him out over Josh Jacobs because he does catch the ball. You get a point for every catch in those leagues.
I'm still a little confused on the whole how it's going to go with Ken Walker and Charbonnet, and part of me thinks that this is the week he's just like, all right, we're just going to give the ball to Charbonnet more because he earned it last week, and Ken Walker did the opposite. There's another part of me that wonders if eventually they're going to try to trade Ken Walker, and in order to do so, you've got to continue to keep his value up and let him run a little bit. So I don't know what that looks like, but I would get, so last week it was what, 12-10 in terms of runs? I would think it goes a couple more in the Charbonnet direction this week.
It's your first year trying to prove yourself as an OC. Do you really think you can just give the ball to Walker just to showcase him that?
You mean, I mean, I don't know. That may come from above,
It's
though.
not
Like, I
working?
mean, like,
Yeah.
hey, you're going to give him some carries because I don't know. I
I'd
don't know
also
how all
like
that
to
works.
see Charbonnet get some touches. K9 got all, 3 receptions? I'd
Yeah.
like to see Charbonnet not just
He
have
had
the ball.
one. Oh, they didn't call it a reception. It counted as a running play because it was thrown back. I tell you what, Charbonnet saved his bacon on that play. That was going to be a fumble. And Charbonnet made a great play to catch the ball behind him.
But what do you think, Brock? Would you?
How do running backs do? You know what struck me on that question? How do running backs do on Thursday nights? It'd be interesting to study that over the years because Josh will play tonight, right, with Green Bay.
Yeah.
Part of me thinks they do really well because the game plan's simpler, but part of me also thinks as the year goes on, they are so beat up. So if you were going to do it, I would think this Thursday, this early in the season, would be an advantageous time for Josh Jacobs. So I would probably, to your point, sit
Bench
Kamara.
Kamara.
Even though I watched Kamara's highlights last week, I'm like, that dude still looks like just how's he do it? Can't tackle him.
That feels like some.
But he had
information you
11
get from
targets for
AI.
like 45 yards or something last week. There wasn't a lot of
not a lot of production.
or 11 carries for 45. Yeah, so I would leave Charbonnet in there. And Marvin Harrison Jr. was great week 1. I definitely think you should start him. I had a lot of questions. This one was Jaden Daniels or Justin Herbert. A lot of questions about Jaden Daniels or someone else, Dak Prescott. I just don't think you can. I know it's a tough matchup. Green Bay could be one of the best defenses in the league, but I don't think you can bench Jaden Daniels.
Because of the running ability and the throw.
Herbert's got the Raiders defense, though.
Yeah, I mean, that guy has a really good second option, and I told him that. Like, to me, it's hard to bench Jaden Daniels, but I think you could feel pretty comfortable going with Herbert. When you're asking about, like, Prescott, I would go with Jaden Daniels.
This is going to be must-see for me tonight.
Yes, I'm
right
excited.
there between the Mariners and that one. I'm going to have 2 screens going and flipping around. And
you know where I'm going to be tonight, Brock?
Oh, you up at the Kraken Ice?
Be up at the Kraken Iceplex.
Oh, are you?
So we'll see if I'm able to watch all of
But
that.
that bar at the
At
rink's
32
gotta have multiple TVs.
Oh
right?
yeah, they got a bunch.
Oh, good.
But I want to watch, Cecily play.
Goody.
Make
Well,
sure
it's
she
just
doesn't
practice.
take somebody else out
It's all
like
just
she did
practice.
yesterday.
It's just practice.
Well, practice
talking
sounds
about
pretty entertaining. I don't know.
So
You'd
we're
be
talking about
surprised.
practice.
It's just practice. All right. Thank you, Maura. Great fantasy forecast.
You're
with,
welcome. I'll try to answer some more here, guys.
Okay.
Thank you for sending them in.
Yeah, you can get Maura just spends like the rest of the day on the text machine just
She
answering
does.
questions. She's got your back in a way
Should you
that we
quit
don't.
text her with that length?
Text her? No, Maura never texts us back. What are you talking about, text her? Brock and I have just like a 2-way conversation on our 4-way chat where Maura and Lyle say nothing.
Because you guys start going, well, especially Brock starts going so rapid fire, you can't even respond.
Yeah.
He's already on to the next thing.
That's right.
You can respond. This time.
She's with her boo at that time, Salk.
He's calling her. Should we start calling you dear when we're mad at you?
No,
Oh
no.
When we're frustrated with Maura, should we say,
Yeah,
dear?
Yeah, you can do that. I won't be doing that.
No.
Good luck on that one, Salk.
I'm never
Dear.
frustrated with Maura though, so I
Sure.
would never need to say it.
I doubt that.
What? When am I ever frustrated?
I don't
I'm never frustrated with you. I know better. Bump and Stacy coming up next. They are down at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center for the huddle. So make sure you're listening to them for some great Seahawks coverage as well. We will catch you guys tomorrow morning with Buster Olney and G. Scott starting at 6. The Hey Brock.
And yours truly here on a Friday.
Oh, nice.
In the bar.
That's where it is. See everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
I don't think the game was fundamentally lost on that touchdown to Tunges. When to you was the moment this game was lost?
So I don't look at one play and say, that's why you lost the game. So offensively, I'm looking at the way that the 49ers are playing against the Seahawks offense, and they can almost predict what's going to happen. And that 49ers D-line did their thing.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker. One game back.
Pitch on the way to Leo. Not Buddy swinging. Fly ball. Deep right field down the line. Walk it off. Leo Rivas.
On a 5-game win streak and just a game back of Houston in the AL West.
It's there to be had. It's right there. Crazy what a couple weeks can do for you because you see the potential.
It's the Mariners' push to the playoffs.
Matt Brash strikes out the side.
And it's only on Seattle Sports on 710 in the Seattle Sports app.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we don't just promise to get the job done, we back it up. No travel charge, no show-up fee, no overinflated pricing, and no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional each and every day. O'Neill Plumbing.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
History, it had the gold rush. Then came the oil boom, the tech boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom, and Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. It's got 99.99% network reliability and incredibly low lag, so your streams are smoother than making a decision on what to stream. And did I mention that you can even connect to hundreds of devices so you, your kids, your parents, your poker group, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity. And the Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed all in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract, all with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today. It's not just about better health, it's about a better life.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
With football season comes colder weather, so if you need new windows and doors, don't drop the ball. Steve Rabel here with Keith Dashafi from locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. So Keith, what's your next big play?
Well, Steve, right now get 40% off qualifying installs or no payments and no interest for 12 months on approved credit.
Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners won that series finale in the 13th inning yesterday with a walk-off home run from Leo Rivas. The Astros also won, so it was important to keep pace and keep an eye on the Rangers, who swept the Brewers. It's Bryce Miller on the mound for Game 1 against the Angels tonight at 6:40 p.m. Pregame show at 5:30 p.m. right here on Seattle Sports. And for Thursday night football, it's Packers-Commanders. Micah Parsons is questionable for this one with a back issue, but as a reminder, he was also questionable last week and played.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Here's the stretch. And the pitch on the way to Leo. Not Buddy swinging. Fly ball. Deep right field down the line. Walk it off. Leo Rivas. A walk-off two-run home run. Good. Bye. Baseball. The Mariners sweep the Cardinals in the three-game series. They have won 5 in a row. A walk-off home run. A two-run shot by Leo Rivas. The Mariners win it 4-2 in 13 innings. Leo getting mobbed at home plate.
The wait was absolutely worth it for everyone that stayed up for that one and for everyone that stayed at the park for that one. Leo Rivas, the hero here, gets a shaving cream pie to the face fittingly for that role. A really, really cool ending to the night for what might have been a different conversation, Bump. I was fully prepared for a possible opening to the show where you and I would be talking about missed opportunities as a theme. Bases loaded. Can't get a run. Bases loaded or 2-1. Can't get a run. And I was just thinking like, oh my God, everyone you want at the plate in this moment is getting their shot, barring Cal Raleigh getting intentionally walked twice. And instead it's Leo Rivas who's the hero.
Good for Leo. And I can't even front. I fell asleep after like the 7th inning. I fell asleep.
I think a lot of people did.
And, you know, your boy has been sick the last couple of days. I'm feeling a lot better today.
Good. It was Leo.
I fell asleep.
He brought you out of a stupor.
And then I woke up like around 2 o'clock in the morning, you know, to relieve myself. I look at my phone. You and Curtis are going back and forth. I go, what did I miss? I look at the box score real quick. I go, okay, I'll get caught up in the morning. Wake up in the morning, look at some highlights, talk to you and Curtis. So I'm mad that I missed this moment for Leo Rivas live, but I did get to see it. And way to come through clutch, man. Anybody wearing number 76 in a walk-off home run, he deserves an extra pat on the back, maybe an extra check or something, because you don't expect that from Leo. And he had the first baseman like 5 feet away from Leo, thinking he's going to bunt, and Leo just swings away, hits a bomb, and gets to celebrate. So, listen, this was not a very good Cardinals team. You were expected to win this series, but you did even better. You got the sweep. So let's go Mariners.
Let's talk about Leo's moment leading leading up to that, and then get to a couple other big moments in this game. Let's go to cut number 6 after the game. Leo, and the first baseman playing him, Cespedes Barbecue posted about it, playing him like he's going to bunt because he's been working on the bunt. Leo expects to bunt. Cut 6. Here's what he said.
Yeah, every time. Even I was practicing bunt in the cage though. While they were on defense, I was trying my bunting. All right, let's see. And then they told me, yeah, hey, you got to swing, just move him over.
Just move him over. And you're like, well, if I get the green light here. Speaking of that first baseman playing in, cut 7. Here's Leo again.
I'm going to be honest. I was trying to bunt, but they tell me, don't bunt, just swing. I'm like, all right. I was just trying to move him over, and I didn't even see the first baseman. It was so close. So thank God I hit it in the air, If not, it could have been worse.
Could have been worse for him, that is. If I hit, just a line drive or down the first base line, that guy's out of luck.
Yeah.
So I just loved it. It's a cool story in the majors, or minors, excuse me, for like 10 years or something like that until making
Big
his
ups to
debut.
his girl. If he has one, a wife, thanks for the
lot of
support.
sacrifice.
For real.
And sacrifice on Leo's part, make your debut, and then you kind of go up and down, right? And the cool thing is, and Brent Stecker has a column on this that was posted, shout out to Brent, just like 2 days ago, calling for a little bit more from more appearances and more opportunities for Leo, saying like when he gets an opportunity, he delivers, and he did it again here.
And delivering in that moment is different too, when you're literally practicing your bunting in the cage. And you get into the box and you're saying, all right, let's lay one down. And you look at your third base coach, he goes, nah, swing away. So automatically you just adjust. And that's the